By the way, they got the picture on the front page of the shoe, whatever. I told you. Well, we have all kinds of everything. They send off, like the Las Vegas City, they send it over here. And the courier brings it down. They don't have a courier around there. So we have 5 days on one day. Tuesday we get Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday papers. If you want to, you can.
call this meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors for November 7th of 2022 to order. Please join me in an invocation from Pastor Mike, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you that we can come to a God that cares for the ins and outs of the workings of a city, of how you are interested in the structure, its range of control and operation, and how you are interested in the people with whom are the workers of the city and for those that they serve and work around. We ask for the protection and the peace and the professionalism and safety for all the city workers this day. And we thank you, Lord, that you are concerned with this city council and its decisions that they will make today. I pray that you, Almighty God, give them the wisdom to make good and fair decisions, interpret the codes of this city with right understandings, and to keep in mind that the city is occupied by the people that you, Almighty God, are concerned about. May this council always understand that they have the responsibility to be fair, just, and have the courage to make sure that its city operates in a way that brings honor to its citizens and to those who work for it. Give them the wisdom of heaven this day and peace, that knowing that you are guiding them. We pray these things in the matchless name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bless the council this day.
The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, 4, and 7. A motion and action to call for executive session to be held November 21st, 2022 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03A3, 4, and 7 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk.
So moved.
Second.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so order. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Attorney Esplin.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Committee or legislative reports. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman. Nothing unusual to report, just the routine CSA meetings, ACJC, and ACA meetings.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Angus.
Nothing.
Supervisor Johnson. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. Just a few announcements on water. This upcoming Saturday, the 12th, the Arizona Department of Water Resources is going to be having a public hearing to present data and to take public comments, both for and against, for the possibility of instituting something called an irrigation non-expansion area, or an INA, over our Wallapai Valley groundwater basin. Those of you that have been following the groundwater issues here in the Kingman region know that over the last 10 years or so, there's been quite a few Californian and international corporate farming businesses that have moved into the area. They have purchased a total of just under 78,000 acres within that decade, currently cultivating about 8,400 of those acres. And just on that farming, ADWR believes that they are about 60% of 45,000 acre feet per year being pumped out of the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin today. About only 12,000 acre foot is inflow or being recharged back into the basin. So what an INA would do is draw the line preventing any more commercial agricultural acres to be farmed out of the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin. The large wells, a lot of these wells, at least 16 of the wells that have been drilled by the corporate agricultural folks, are 3,000 gallons per minute, 3,500 gallon per minute. One of those wells, 3,000 gallons per minute equates to over 4 million gallons of groundwater that they're able to pump a day, just out of one well. 1 acre foot of groundwater is 326,000 gallons. So when we talk about 45,000 gallons or acre feet of groundwater coming out of the Wallapai Basin every year, that's billions of gallons. So I would appreciate, and hopefully everybody can come out. We need our realtors, our business owners, our industries, to come out and either provide public comment on Saturday here in this building, in this auditorium from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., or to write in their public comments to the Arizona Department of Water Resources. 30 days after that hearing occurs, within 30 days, the department director will have to make his decision whether or not to implement that INA. So it's very important. It's been years in the making to try to at least get some sort of relief to make sure that our groundwater supply here stays sustainable. So I hope to see everybody here on Saturday. Next week, I'll be joining the State of Arizona, Department of Water Resources, Freeport-McMoRan, SRP, Central Arizona Project in DC to support the Wallapai tribe, which is in District 1, my district. For many, many years, they've been trying to secure a Wallapai tribe water settlement, an additional 4,000 acre feet of Colorado River water, which they need to continue to fully expand Grand Canyon West, the Grand Canyon Skywalk, and also water for their major population center of Peach Springs. They were successful in getting legislation introduced. That legislation continues to make its way through back east on Capitol Hill. So all of those parties will be meeting with both Senate and House committees, staffers on natural resources to support that legislation as it continues to make its way through. Also, I want to make another point regarding the groundwater here. My office, and thank you to County Manager Elters and your staff, and also to Roger Galloway. We reached out to Louis Vega, who some of you may or may not know. He's a geologist that's been in this area for many, many years. And we put together 2 informational videos about the geology of this Wallapai Valley Basin, how recharge projects work and where those need to be located and to actually do what they're supposed to do, and how the elevation of wells in maybe one area doesn't tell you the overall health of the basin. So those are highly informational. I think those are on our website now. So I would encourage you to watch those. One of them is, I think, maybe 12 minutes, and the other one is a little shorter than that. It's great information, and that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Johnson? County Manager report.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. No report today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Approval of the minutes from the August 12th and October 3rd, 2022 Board of Supervisor minute.
So moved. Move to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Call to the public. Pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, a public body may make an open call to the public during a public meeting subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on any issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of an open call to the public, individual members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the public body, may ask staff to review a matter, or may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, members of the public body shall not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. Anna Crisp. Come on up.
Sorry, I'm really nervous. I apologize for my noise. These are my nice clothes. I live way out in the middle of nowhere, and I got a complaint against me, which I don't really know what the complaint is. So, and I'm not good at public speaking, so I'm just going to read this and not do it very well, probably. So please listen, this is my life. My name is Anna Crisp, and I moved onto 40 acres of nearly inhospitable desert to be away from other people. The land is part of the Santa Fe Ranch trails in the Dutch Flat area of Mojave County. I have been out there for 3.5 years alone. I'm 67 years old. It's not easy living off the grid. When I purchased, the sentiment by all my neighbors, they're usually fairly far, and realtors, was you could do pretty much what you wanted to do on your property unless it was bothering your immediate neighbor. I personally know people that live in garages. Sorry. Do all kinds of drugs, drink alcohol to excess, and also drive while under the influence. There are others I know that have no utilities, really scary booby traps, and maintain untidy yards. That being said, I don't think anyone has called the county. I'm sorry, I'm calling you the county. Called the county or the police on them. For one thing, the police need probable cause, not just an accusation. Which brings me to the anonymous callers calling the county building department to rat out someone they know nothing about, instead of being neighborly and asking if there might be anything they can do to help, or just mind their own damn business. Since I am recently part of the growing numbers of people being called out, I called the building department to figure out what was going on. Well, yes, they do have a complaint-driven anonymous hotline. So let's call that caller what they are, complainers. But to what end? Might there be a boundary infringement? Too much noise, music, parties, barking dogs? Nope. Then maybe a meth lab? Nope. A resident that doesn't know anything, that doesn't live anywhere near you, can call anonymously and make accusations that are false. No probable cause there. And even if they are not false, what business is it of theirs? So why does a complainer make these accusations about people they know nothing about? But for no other reason than harassment and bullying. Has no one in the Mojave County heard of the Fair Housing Act, which was created in 1968 to prevent neighbor-on-neighbor harassment and bullying? This needs to stop. We all know cruelty isn't new, but you, the county, have created a ruthless marketplace for profit. You are sowing the seeds for harassment and bullying, leading to the invasion of privacy and increased anxiety. Most residents moved out here for a salubrious haven from the crazies. And don't forget, this will come around and bite you in the butt. So please clean up your own yard first. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Pastor Roy Hagemeyer. Chris Rodarty's on deck.
Good morning, Chairman Gould, Supervisors. You have all been elected by the people of your individual districts. This is who voted for each one of you, and even those of you who didn't vote for you fully expect that you would uphold your oath of office that you took upon being sworn into your position. And it matters not whether you agree with the oath or not, or if others fail to abide by the same standards that you swore to keep and uphold. Now, as a pastor, a man called of God to be an under-shepherd for his church, I am held accountable and in all that I say and all that I do. I am not my own. I belong to Christ Jesus. It matters not whether you are a born-again Christian or not. Each of you will be held to account for every word and every deed that is done here on earth. Even if you deny the lordship of Christ Jesus, you will still stand before him in judgment. We read in the Old Testament in Ezekiel 33:8, "If I say to the wicked, O wicked one, you shall surely die, and you do not speak to warn the wicked to turn from his way, that wicked person shall die in his iniquity, but his blood I will require at your hand." Now, this was written by an Old Testament major prophet, inspired by God, and yes, each will be held to account. And I stand here today just to warn each one of you of the consequences of your words and your actions. Jesus said in Matthew 12:36 and 37, "I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless word that they speak. For by your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned." The Apostle Paul tells us in Romans 14:11 and 12, "For it is written, as I live, says the Lord, every knee shall bow to me, and every tongue shall confess to God." So then each one of you is to give an account of himself to God. Let me enlighten you about what is written in Romans 13:1 and 2. Every person is to be subject to the governing powers, the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God. Those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. Who is the ruling authority in the United States? No, it is not the president. No, it is not the Congress. And no, it is not the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. The ruling authority in America is we the people. Every elected official is accounted to the electors. Let me close with this, a verse from Hebrews 13:17 and 18. "Obey your leaders and submit to them, for they are keeping watch over your souls, as those will give an account. Let them do this with joy and not with groaning, for that would be of no advantage to you. Pray for us, for we are sure that we have a clear conscience, desiring to act honorably in all things. I urge you to more earnestly to do this in order that I may be restored to you the sooner." May God lead and bless each and every one of you in your decisions you make, and may each of one of you always remember who you are accountable to. First of all, we the people here on earth, but more importantly, God Almighty. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Chris Rodarty, Nan Nicole's on deck.
Chris Rodarty, Mojave County taxpayer. In 1792, founding father James Madison said, "A government is instituted to protect property of every sort. This being the end of government, that alone is a just government, which impartially secures to every man whatever is his own." At the last board meeting, I misquoted Chairman Gould. I said he was on the record as finding nothing in the ARPA Act which he could object to as a conservative. Turns out I was wrong. It was, in fact, that he found nothing in the ARPA rules he could object to, not the Act itself. So, Chairman, you have my sincerest apology. Nevertheless, as a citizen of this great country and county, I have objected to the ineptly named America Rescue Plan from the start. At its very core, it is an infringement on our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, i.e. property rights. Since its inception, Mojave County has succumbed to its temptation, much like Snow White partaking of the poison apple offered by the evil queen. I did in fact read the rules and discovered objectionable wording peppered throughout. In my opinion, both the ARPA rules and the Act are couched in the globalist language of the day, meant to encourage and coerce grant recipients to comply and march lockstep with the United Nations Great 2030 Reset. If I were not constrained by time, I could read the ARPA rules from this podium for all to hear. You can go to 4338 Federal Register, Volume 87, Number 18, the Rules and Regulations, if you'd like to read it. So, ARPA Act, ARPA rules, potato, potato, both steal our personal property in the name of justice, fairness, equity, disparities in underserved communities, increasing vaccination rates, yep, it's in there, climate justice, etc. I'm not here to engage the chairman in a sparring match. However, the fact remains, progressivism, much like the evil queen enticing Snow White, comes intent on destruction. It starts small in America's rural towns and counties with assistance grant after assistance grant until the addiction of dependency chokes us in a merciless stranglehold. Today's agenda is richly peppered with wealth redistribution items for your consideration. As you plow through, keep in mind, we the people deserve just governance and the protection of our God-given life, liberty, and property. Vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Nan Nicole. Scotty McClure on deck.
Good morning, I'm Nan Nickel from Fort Mojave and a taxpayer. Welcome everybody. Glad to be here today. And I'm here to talk about government's duty. It is to protect the people's God-given rights, and we are not to be subjected to foreign jurisdictions. In this year, 2022, we're dangerously close to making an extreme left, many of us fear, where we will lose our liberty. We are at a tipping point where we are professing to believe while becoming fools. Romans 122, I think I've said that wrong. We are at a tipping point to where we are professing to be wise while we are becoming fools. I can look at myself and see that. I can see how I bought into all these things, all this leftist baloney, and saying it was legal and all that. It is simply not legal. The government can never provide as they have nothing to give. The people create things. Therefore, government was created to protect and never had the authority to intervene in matters of ARPA, fair housing, equity, social justice, etc. It's outside of government, it's that simple. The key for a limited government is to recognize jurisdictional lines, to understand what belongs to government and what doesn't. That's a quote from David Barton from Wall Builders in Texas. Paul Engel, in his article subjecting us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution, stated one of the grievances of our founding fathers listed in our Declaration was that the king had combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation. Today, the federal government is doing the same thing, from their elevation of the United Nations, subjecting us to the will of foreign nations. The federal government has spent decades subjecting us to jurisdictions foreign to our Constitution. Back to foreign jurisdiction. The Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution are one document. So everything that's in the Declaration and the Constitution are to be considered totally. So I didn't realize that till I did further study. That's one of my things I do. I study constitutional laws and things like that. So I've learned a lot, and I'm shocked to find out all the mistakes that have happened because apparently we're not following the Constitution. Anyway, the Supreme Court agreed they are both one and the same. It's like articles of incorporation and then bylaws. For years, we the people have endured our elected officials effectively attempting to nullify our Declaration and our Constitution. This is especially egregious because they have sworn to uphold our Constitution. It appears they may have forgotten who they work for. And I certainly understand that in the fog of all you have to do, and it is a fog, it's details and shortages and running out of time. It's very hard what your job is. I understand that. But we do have to remember why you're here and why you're serving us. It is a duty of every able-bodied citizen to be involved in all government, especially local government. We have a duty to know and understand our two most important founding documents, as well as accurate history based on fact, not on rhetoric. It is our duty to come before our elected officials when we see they have strayed from their oath to us to uphold our Constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Scotty McClure. And Krista Hunter is on deck.
Well, Jane, you asked me a few months ago why I wasn't coming to the meetings anymore. Guess what's on the agenda? The fairgrounds. So, now you see me. I'm happy. Remember, I used to ask for an audit every time I get up here, and then I shut up about it. We're going to find out today, maybe I did some good by getting an audit. I don't know. We're going to see if Brian earned his money yet. It's the next paycheck. I'm real curious about what's going to be on number 78. Now, Ron, can you pull number 39? Okay. And Travis, have you been using the pictures of Mono Lake in California before and after of what LA did to it? And some of these parcels out here being farmed are Saudi Arabia for their horses, and Saudi Arabia gets taken in. We're paying for it with our gas money. So, man, go get them. But use Mono Lakes before and after pictures, night and day. Now, the TV channels. We just now got 2 more TV channels in Bullhead put on air. One's 2 months later, it still has nothing on it. It's just blank. It says I'm channel whatever, 5 point whatever. But now we have 7 shopping channels. They added another shopping channel. 7 of them. The way that you're supposed to be able to get these off-air channels from Phoenix for whatever we pay for it, which is not very much. I'm not griping about the price. But this is bull. Apparently they're gonna move all the, like American Got Talent, one of the most popular TV channels. You're not gonna get it on NBC anymore. It's gonna be moved to a premium channel. You're gonna pay for it. It's getting moved. They're doing that with all their good channels. They're putting them on where you're gonna have to have it on this thing. And you're gonna pay $2.99, $3.99. Yeah, AGT's moving. You're not getting it next year. Library, while I'm at it, we hired a new librarian. We're still only getting papers. You guys only bring them over Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Thursdays. So you're bringing the Las Vegas Review-Journal, the Buster's paper, that Lake Havasu, and Minor over. So we get them. We do not get papers on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We get them delivered on Tuesdays. That's still what I griped before a year ago about it. You don't deliver over there. You don't have a person that goes around there on Mondays and Fridays. Geez, Jenny.
Thank you, sir. Krista Hunter. Rudy Calabrese is on deck.
Hello there, my name is Krista. I'm the COO for Leeds Freys Funeral Home. I've been managing for 9 years and previously worked for the Public Health Department, processing their birth and death records. I'm very familiar with the procedures of the death industry and have worked through the last 3 medical examiners you've had. Through my career, I've never seen the issues that are happening now. We have never had a problem with the ME office until Serenity Memorial Group took over. The first 2 months were okay, but after the first of the year, we have noticed a decline to our business. We've been in business for 55 years and never have seen this kind of decline or such a drastic change. As you will see through the documentation we'll be providing later, from August 21 through present, our normal rotation numbers would be 20 to 30 bodies a month. In Lake Havasu, since the first of the year, February, we have received 2 rotation calls, May 7, August 7, and have none yet so far for November. If you look at the numbers provided on the ME website, we show 22 in February, 22 in May, 20 in August, and of course, nothing for November. Our Kingman location is seeing the same type numbers. They normally receive 20 to 30, now have dropped to 10. Which of those 10 are outside of the Kingman area, such as Truxton or Dolan Springs? The only 2 Kingman cases that we did receive were transferred to Mojave Memorial or Desert Lawn facilities the following day. It is not unusual for us to be used to do the removal since they have lack of staff to cover the area. For being in business for 55 years, we are now only receiving on rotation lengthy travel times, decedents with no next of kin, which most times turn into an abandoned body, and funeral homes have to keep them in their facility no less than 30 days before they are able to process them out. We have requested the data of names of these cases we supposedly received, but the health director says it's human error and he's working on it. The joke is sadly that if you want to kill someone, do it in Mojave County. In the documentation provided, we show that a decedent had an NA listed as a cause of death by a physician, and then the ME approved the cremation permit. We had to call him and get it corrected. We have also seen recently 7 private autopsies that we can track. One of our families had a COD that was listed as the customary response from your ME office as arterial cirrhotic cardiovascular disease. And when private autopsy was completed, the pathologist who has previously covered for the ME in our area, he had to correct it and call the medical examiner to have him corrected, saying if she choked on a piece of chicken and she didn't have a cardiac condition. All of this documentation we will provide you. Again, as stated, we have asked for data and clarification on the actual names and numbers that the ME website is showing. I know from working in vital record systems, you can pull reports for each funeral home for the past 3 to 4 years and see the increase that Desert Lawn and Mojave Memorial has seen for the last year since they've taken over. This will prove everything we're saying today. And now today, you're going to be looking at potential locations for your new ME office. In the current contract with Serenity, it states they already have county permission to move their location to Bullhead City, and that their assets that they purchased remains with the contractor at the termination of the contract. So that means the county, if you take over the contract, has no vehicles, and all new equipment that was purchased under the new contract will now be replaced, which is a waste of taxpayer money since they've already been purchased. Previous MEs have left their equipment, so why was he given more money to operate and the ability to keep all the assets? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Rudy Calabrese. And Tim Addington is on deck.
Thank you, Chairman Gould, Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak up here. It's pronounced Cabrera, the last name, first name Rudy. I'm a resident of Lake Havasu City. Been there for about 5 years. I do work as a service officiant for Leach Frey's Funeral Home, and I'd like to go over some other concerns. Per Mojave contract, the scope of services 1.14, the decedent's valuables should be listed on a form and a digital image of all items, including currency. And you will see from what we provided for backup documentation showing that this is not being done and is being passed on to the funeral homes. We have provided the property sheets and receipts from the medical examiners, which shows 1 black wallet. Our property sheets for the family, same family, show that our staff found inside the black wallet $315, IDs, and credit cards. Another client had a hard wallet listed, but no items in it. Again, our property sheets for that family show $270, IDs, and credit cards in it. Regarding medical examiner contract under scope of services, number 44, subcontracts, it indicates whoever the contractor sold to now becomes a subcontractor, which the contractor is not allowed to operate without the advance written approval of the county procurement director. Under scope of services, number 6.4, decedents will be transferred to a mortuary as pre-selected prior to their deaths or by the family's written directives and release. This also is not being done. Families are not requested to sign a written contract selecting their funeral homes of choice, which customarily takes place in other counties and other states. 4 concerns with the medical examiner's office that we're seeing are, number 1, decedents are being held 8 to 10 days at the medical examiner's office without having autopsies performed. More funding was given to this in prior years, yet we have less staff to serve the county's needs. Number 2, we used to have an investigator in all areas, in some places more than 1 investigator, but now we're down to 1 covering the entire county, which can cause 3 to 4 hour delays and families having to sit and wait and not even thinking about officers having to also sit and wait while the investigator shows up. Number 3, medical examiner autopsies per their employees are scheduled on Tuesdays, and if all are not completed, the others get pushed to the following weeks. So if 10 are scheduled, 7 are completed, and the 3 are just pushed on to the following weeks, causing a domino effect and constant delays. Delaying pending cause of death rarely gets resolved in less than 3 months. This is the 4th to last item. At which time we have to constantly call and then get told that the medical examiner staff has that results are in, but the fill-in medical examiner won't be in for another week to update, which makes filing life insurance claims, etc., for family more traumatizing. We do, though, appreciate you fixing this issue we had with the body bags, and we thank you for using Desert Lawn's funeral homes as substations. We do appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you guys.
Thank you, sir. Tim Addington. Cassandra Rosenberg is on deck.
Thank you for letting me speak here today. I am one of the service officiants of Leeds Frace Funeral Home, and I'm going to continue where Rudy left off. Now, on the public fiduciary rotation contract, special terms and conditions number 1 states that the contractor can only commence work after receiving notice to proceed from the authorized county representative, which is procurement. They have to provide a certificate of insurance to procurement, showing that the county listed, which from our experience does not get processed in a timely manner. So how did it happen so quickly for the new owners of Desert Lawn Memorial to not get removed from the rotation, since public fiduciary was unaware of their sale as of Friday, November 4th, when we spoke with them? Also under contract number 16, miscellaneous A, it states that no assignment of this contract with the contractor shall be made furnishing any services without advance written approval for procurement office. We also have been stopped from taking a body into our care from the hospital if they possibly could be a donor network client. ME told the hospital that they would be responsible for paying any fees if released to anyone other than the contracted funeral home. And go figure, Desert Lawn Memorial has this contract. There are just a small glimpse into what our funeral home has been experiencing, and we do not have time to continually provide documentation to a never-ending problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cassandra Rosenberg. And Tim Rochelle is on deck.
Hello and good morning. I've been a resident of Mojave County my entire life, so I've been here for 38 years. On Tuesday, August 23rd at 2117, I was at the home of a death of a family member of my boyfriend Christopher's, and he was there as well. We arrived with the police officer and fire department already there. Family that was there informed me that they would like my mom's place, Leets Frey's Funeral Home, to pick Tom, her father, up. At that time, the police officer, Chris, and Bree, Tom's daughter, entered the home. During that time, Chris stated they told the officer to call Leets Frey's. He then informed me, Chris then informed me that the officer had said to him that Mojave Memorial was already called since they are affiliated with Leets Frey's. I called my sister, Teresa, who helps there, and since it was late, to see if she had heard anything about Mojave Memorial being affiliated with Leets and maybe something I didn't understand had happened. My sister stated they definitely are not working with Mojave Memorial. I then approached the officer myself while he was sitting in his vehicle because it was quite cold, keeping my sister on the phone. I asked the officer if he can be sure to please call Leets Frey's Funeral Home to pick up the body per the family's request, as that is protocol. I have worked as a case manager for this county at the hospital for 9 years. I then informed him that they are not affiliated with Mojave Memorial, so his information from whoever he received it from was incorrect, and I explained, I know this for a fact because my mother is the general manager of Leets Frey's. He was on the phone with someone, I can only assume from the ME's office since that's who he was in contact with during the entire time, and said that apparently family of Leets is on scene. I also informed him that I can give him the number because my stepdad was on call that night for Leets Frey's, that he could come, no problem. The officer said, okay, let me get this cleared up. I said thank you and walked away. My sister, still on the phone with me, woke up our stepdad and asked him who he is on call, if he is on call, and he did verify. He stated he was and would be the one to get the call, which he had not received one yet. A few minutes later, my sister informed me that he received a text message from the ME investigator, Veronica, personally, that he would...
We can hear you, Supervisor Johnson.
He had received a personal text message from Veronica, the ME investigator, that he would be receiving a call out, which is evidently not protocol. We requested Leets to obtain the body cam footage of this mix-up, but they did not receive that. They received our loved one's remains being walked through by the officer since the ME examiner could not show up to the scene. My concern here is that other families have been told that Leets Frey's is affiliated with Mojave Memorial, which is incorrect, which takes their right of making a choice. And by luck, I happened to be there for my own family member. I thank you for your time, and I hope that you take this seriously and it doesn't affect you personally as well in the future, because they are conducting business for you by using Leets Frey's reputation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim Rochelle and Kristen Leets is on deck.
Good morning. My name is Tim Rochelle. I am the operations manager at Leets Frey's Funeral Home, and I am here to speak about a personal experience that I actually had with the Mojave County Medical Examiner's Office. On August 10th, 2022, my brother was found in his apartment and pronounced dead by Lake Havasu City police officers at 7:45 p.m. As a result to the nature of his passing, the Mojave County Medical Examiner's Office was notified, as well as a detective. I was on scene with my father shortly after my father and sister reported a welfare check and had the officers and apartment manager enter his apartment and discovered him deceased. The detective arrived just moments after I had. He introduced himself and went upstairs to conduct his investigation. A few moments later, came back downstairs to reveal the nature of his passing. Being that there was only one medical examiner on call for all of Mojave County, my father and I had to wait several hours for the Mojave County Medical Examiner to arrive from Bullhead at approximately 10:45 p.m. With no care of the lengthy time it took to get there, nor any sympathy of the reason I was there for my brother, I stand here before you to state that I am not the only person in this county that has had to experience that situation. Not only does the deceased remain lying there, and families are left waiting traumatized next to their loved ones, waiting for the ME to show up, but our police officers themselves are left stationed on scene as well, waiting for the ME to show up if they even come. Most of the time, the police officers themselves will have to conduct the ME's job as a medical, please excuse me. Most of the time, the police officers themselves have to do the ME's job and conduct a medical examination, either by a phone call with them or Zoom or FaceTime. If the decedent cannot be declared passing of a natural cause and the ME is currently on another case hours away from the other, both families and the police officers are forced to wait for an extended amount of time before any ME officer arrives. Police officers are unable to serve and protect this community if they are forced to be stationed, being put in a situation awaiting any lengthy amount of time for someone to show up. How is it with a large sum of taxpayer money going to fund the ME office that the person in charge collecting this check is only willing to pay for one ME officer at a time to be on call? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kristen Leeds.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Leeds, and I am the president and the owner of Leeds Frey's Funeral Home. My family has been operated and owned for 55 years. I do not put my name and my reputation out on an issue unless I know I have documentation to back it up. I stand here today to discuss the medical examiner's contract. From the beginning, my concern has been whether or not that an outside individual, such as another funeral home entity, could perform services as a pathologist. I was assured when I sat down with the county manager two things. One was that there would be no delays in service, and two, that there would be absolutely no conflict of interest. I voiced my concern, stating that in the event Dr. Mosley by chance happened to get ill again, who was going to be the backup? Because Mr. Hassett is not a pathologist. I was assured by the manager that there were several pathologists lined up and that in the event of an emergency, that Coconino County and Yavapai County would step in and assist us. So there would be absolutely no delays for our families. However, with that being said, we've had many disruptions with families, and it would take me too long to sit here and tell you all of them. But the one that concerns me the most is that Mr. Mosley went on vacation. And during that time, for those 2 weeks, we had no coverage. Our families had to wait 2 weeks for autopsies and had to delay their services. Can you imagine being that family being told, I'm sorry, but we can't do services for a month because we don't have the personnel to do the autopsy in a timely manner? When we met with the health director, he said, well, maybe we should have informed the funeral homes that the medical examiner was on vacation. So you could have told your families that there may have been a delayed. I'm sorry, but that response is unacceptable. After discussing our numerous concerns with him at the time, he stated that he had already sat down with Mr. Hassett. He told us that he felt like he was in marriage counseling, making me feel that my concerns were falling on deaf ears. He did state that we needed to start recording our conversations with the medical examiner's office, Desert Lawn, and Mojave Memorial, and to provide all our communications in email. I feel that this is a waste of our valuable time and that we have never had to do this in all the years with our medical examiner's office. And little did he know, we recorded the conversation with the director where he made these statements, and I would be happy to provide them to the board. With that said, being in business for the last 55 years, we have documentation that can substantiate we continually increase our numbers each year. But after this year and this conflict, our numbers are decreasing excessively in both locations. And yes, I do understand COVID was a factor last year. Absolutely it was. But here's where I can prove that that is not the issue. In January of our rotation, since the new medical examiner took over, we were down 17 cases. Bradbury was on location. In February, we were down 6. I was in March, Desert Lawn is on rotation. I'm down 38 cases. April, Bradbury's on, I'm down 4. May, I'm down 6. June, Desert Lawn is on, again, I'm down 25. July, Bradbury's down 6. Fox News aired the issue regarding the concerns regarding the medical examiner's office, and guess what? In August, I'm down 40 cases. September, I'm down 20. In October, I'm down 22. And I can guarantee you, and I'm not here to speak in regards to Bradbury's numbers, but I'm pretty sure she didn't get all 22 of those cases. So with that being said, a total as of today that does not include my Kingman location, I am personally down 184 cases alone. That does not include my other cases. Now, I have personal documentation regarding a family that was on the phone calling me, telling me that they were told by a deputy that their loved one had to be put into Desert Lawn's care. That causes a problem. And it turns out that that didn't happen. And I understand you want me to hurry up so I can see that. Hildy, I see you. With that being said, I have just one moment, if you don't mind.
Sure, if you can wrap it up.
Thank you. As we all heard, that Mr. Hassett is fully transparent about everything, but I find it hard to believe since the county wasn't made aware of that Serenity Memorial sold, which included the ME's contract and his funeral homes. I was the one who notified the Mojave County Board on October 27th at 12:27 p.m. You were not notified until last week. Ultimately, we look at the contract online and we believe that there is a violation of the medical examiner and the public fiduciary's contract, since they needed written consent to continue to operate, especially since you were just notified. All of this information goes on to show the character and the lack of transparency. I really thought that after Fox News episode aired that the county would look into this problem. Again, it's a very, very simple problem. You can walk down this hallway to your county office, pull the numbers for each funeral home in this county for the last year, for the last 10 years, and you will see the problem that we are having. And sadly, I had to come here. I've never been in front of this board or had to go in and speak with my county manager in 24 years of my career in this business. I come to you today because I would like you to make it right. Unfortunately, if nothing gets done, I will have no choice but to seek legal advice. I'm asking you, please, please make this right. Do the right thing and rectify this problem. Thank you for your time. Mr. Chairman, I ask, we did refer to a lot of things today. Can we please provide the documentation to you?
If you give it to the clerk, that'd be great.
Thank you. And there's a copy for each of you. Thank you for your time.
Consent calendar.
Chairman Gould?
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Johnson, since we can't hear him, asked me to have this issue regarding the ME complaints referred to staff to bring back answers to the questions.
Thank you, madam. Consent agenda. Supervisor Bishop, anything to remove?
Yes, I'd like to remove item number 7, 8, 13, and 28.
Supervisor Angus.
21.
Supervisor Johnson.
26, 34, 59.
I missed the first one.
26.
34, 56, and 59.
26, 34, 59.
Twenty-six, 34, 59.
26, 34, 56,
59.
and 59. 56 and 59.
Just 26, 34, 59.
56.
Give me the, Madam Clerk, if you'll read those numbers to me one more time.
Supervisor Johnson would like to pull 26, 34, and 59.
Okay. Thank you, Madam. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
12 and 28.
28 again. Let's see, and I'm going to pull 39.
Now they hung up on me. Everybody pretty sure.
Don't say anything bad.
And 22. So, Madam Clerk, you want to read the...
Honestly?
Will you?
The only numbers I have right now are Supervisor Johnson's.
Okay, let me read them to you then. From 7 from Bishop, 8 from Bishop, 12 from Lingenfelter, 13 from Bishop, 21 from Angus, 22 from myself, 28 from Bishop, oops, 26 is in there also.
Johnson.
That was Johnson.
That was Johnson. 34 from Johnson, 39 from myself, and 59 from Johnson.
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Looking for a motion.
Chairman Gold, I'll make a motion that we approve items with the exception of number 7, 8, 12, 13, 21, 22, 26, 28, 34, and 39, as well as 59.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 7, Supervisor Bishop.
Okay. Item number 7 is a rezone of assessor parcel number 31614111144 in the Dolan Springs vicinity. This is to allow an RV to be used as a temporary residence. So I have a question of our development services. Thank you, Scott. Can you explain what this is currently zoned for?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, this property is currently zoned A, which is our general zone. The A zone is kind of when the county first did the rezoning back in 68, it was a placeholder zoning. So the A zone allows either for commercial or residential. And then the idea would be once the area starts to develop, that any future rezones would go towards the type of development that's in that area. This area has been developing as a residential area. and there are AR zones in the vicinity. Staff was recommending approval based on that decision.
Okay, so they're wanting to go from residential zoning then to agriculture residential so that they can continue to live on the property in an RV and raise farm animals commercially? Is that my understanding correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, our understanding is that they would like to live in an RV on this property, and that is not allowed in the A zone. It's only allowed in the AR or RE zone. Therefore, the rezone to the AR zone would allow a temporary residence for 1 year, and they would renew that annually.
Okay, so an RV being approved as a temporary residence is usually contingent on building a permanent residence?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, not necessarily for the AR or RE zones. We specifically allow them to use it as a temporary residence and renew it annually. So they could get a temporary residence to live in the RV, and then we have several throughout the whole county that use it as such. And we have several items on the agenda today where there's areas where almost a whole section has been rezoned in order to allow that type of use where they're living in an RV as a temporary residence for 1 year and renewing that annually. They do have to have a septic system. They have to remain roadworthy as well. But yeah, so it's not in conjunction with building a structure. We do have that provision within our zoning ordinance. If somebody is building a house in a residential zone, they could live temporarily in their RV with a building permit for that house. They can live in the RV. This is something separate. This is a temporary residence renewed annually.
Okay, do we have it within our authority to put a stipulation if we approve this rezone that this is contingent on building a permanent residence within a 1 year period, perhaps? Can we do that?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, I would defer to Ryan, but from my understanding, because it is a rezone and we're changing the actual zoning of the property, the board can put stipulations or conditions as they would like.
I'm trying to pull this up real quick.
While you're doing that, Ryan, I have received phone calls about this property. Apparently, what's being done on this particular parcel is there are goats being raised, and there's a caretaker that takes care of the goats. The owner does not reside on this property, but he does hire people to come and take care of his goats. They're allowed to graze on BLM land, and they're causing quite a commotion in the residential area. And I do have a letter of opposition from someone that lives in the area that's quite concerned for not only what's happening with this particular property, but possibly some retribution. So the person does not want their name to be announced, but that has brought my concern to the forefront, is if this is being used truly as a commercial business or a farm, and people are not being responsible and respectful of our laws and our ordinances, then it brings me great concern. So I would like to read just one letter that I received into the record. Dear Ms. Bishop, I and other neighbors in the vicinity would like to oppose the request for a zoning change to agriculture residential and permission to put an RV on the property. The land already currently has a number of big goats used for meat consumption on approximately 1 of the 5 acres, crowded into small pens. There may be between 30 and 50 goats. Their bleating is constant day and night and disrupts the peace and tranquility everyone used to enjoy in the neighborhood. The land also has a number of pigs on it. Between the noise and the odor, we have all been growing more and more unhappy with the situation. There's a sand wash on the property that we also feel will be a major problem during monsoon season, as we feel the manure from these animals will flood down the wash onto others' properties. The owner has a caretaker on site to tend to the animals, and there is already an RV on the property, and it has been there for several months. Neighbors have witnessed the caretaker letting all the goats loose during the day to graze on other properties, to graze on other people's land, including herding them up 8th Street to the next block, Inglewood. The BLM land starts on the east side of Inglewood, and there has always been a 3-strand barbed wire fence that runs along Inglewood, separating BLM from the neighborhood. Very soon after the goats appeared on the property, the fence was cut where 8th Street ends at Inglewood. We witnessed the caretaker herding the goats through the cut fence and taking them onto BLM land, allowing them to graze illegally. He was told in person by a neighbor that he was trespassing on federal land and to please take his goats off the land immediately and keep them on their own property. The caretaker shrugged off the request and continued herding the goats further into the BLM land. The total lack of respect and disregard for laws, ordinances, and the health and safety of others in the area shows us that zoning change is granted, the safety and well-being of all of us will be in jeopardy from this point forward. None of us knows if they are allowed to put animals and RV on the property prior to today's zoning change request or not. If not, that's another example of disregard and disrespect for laws and ordinances. An incident last Thursday has greatly heightened our concerns. An elderly lady who lives alone, just catty-corner from this property, had 2 people working outside on her water pump. The caretaker of the property with the goats was outside firing 2 handguns. The close proximity to the houses in the area prompted the man repairing the pump to yell over the caretaker to stop shooting his guns. His request was ignored repeatedly, and he kept firing. The issue escalated, and the man repairing the pump called the MCSO and yelled over to the man. Law enforcement was on the way. The caretaker then turned toward the man, fired 3 rounds in his direction, with one of the bullets penetrating the back door of his Suburban. The man was standing a mere 2 feet away from where the bullet hit the vehicle. As a neighborhood, this letter speaks for all of us. We oppose the granting of this zoning change due to the lack of respect for laws and ordinances, the disturbance of our peace and tranquility, and if granting goes through, it will ruin our neighborhood for all of us in this area. I am signing this anonymously due to fear of retaliation from the people involved with this property. And I apologize, it was quite a lengthy letter, but it just kind of speaks to the emotional and the concerns of neighboring properties. So that's why, Brian, I wanted to find out if we could put that stipulation, if this is just being used to farm goats for commercial purposes or whatever purposes, I would like to see a permanent residence there within a year. Can we do that?
So looking at the various different rezoned applications that we've done and things in the past, yes, you could add that as a condition. If you look at the proposed resolution we have here, we already have conditions on there. If you look at the other ones that we're doing, there's also a number of other conditions. So yeah, as long as it's reasonably related to what they're trying to do, then yes, you can.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add, Scott, that would help in this decision?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, I do not.
Okay.
Scott, can you raise goats on agricultural property, a property currently?
Mr. Chair, yes, you can. It'd be considered an agricultural use or an agricultural farm animal.
This being a 5-acre parcel, does that then put it below the agricultural property exemption?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the agricultural exemption is 5 commercial acres. And it's kind of interesting when they said the word commercial in the state statute, we are to understand that it's actually less than an actual acre, the 43,560. That was some research that we've done, and I think in our zoning ordinance, we specify exactly what a commercial acre is in our agricultural exemption section. But 5 acres and above, 5 commercial acres and above, would exempt any parcel for agricultural uses within the county.
But we don't know what a commercial acre apparently is smaller than a normal acre?
Correct.
Or standard acre. Interesting.
And
can you send me the dimensions that, you may not have them with you, but you can do it later?
I can look it up here in a second too, if you'd like.
Okay. So it would be somewhat less than 5 acres then?
Yes.
Okay. So then the person could live on the property under the agricultural exemption if it was larger than 5 commercial acres?
So the state statute exempts the property for agricultural uses. The county, we adopted a ordinance almost to define what is an agricultural use. Because we were getting individuals that had 5 acres that were raising chickens and claiming a agricultural exemption, they were building houses or structures without any permits. The board wanted us to put almost a definition of what we considered an agricultural use in order to get this exemption from the building code requirements. With that, we made the determination and put it in our zoning ordinance that an agricultural exemption has to have an assessor's code classification from the assessor's office that they are using the property for an agricultural use. The assessor determines what is an agricultural use based on the Department of Revenue. So a lot of times you have to be in operation 3 out of 5 years. You have to have over 40 head of cattle or whatever animal that you're raising. Crops would have to have 20 acres of seasonal crops or 10 acres of permanent crops. So it's not as easy and to just get an agricultural exemption to be exempt from building code requirements. But as far as using the property for agricultural uses, we have allowed anybody that has over 5 acres or more to use the property for agricultural uses as exempt by state statute.
So the definition of commercial use is from the Department of Revenue, not from the county?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Chairman Gould, if I could just jump back in, just to follow up the statute that allows the board to have this condition, it's 11-814I. The board may approve a change of zone conditioned on a schedule for development of the specific use or uses for which the rezoning is requested. So it allows you to do that.
Okay. Scott, how many goats can they legally have on this property with the zoning they currently have?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, the A zone allows for agricultural uses as well as residential uses. We do not set a limit on when somebody has agricultural farming or grazing. We do not set a limit on how many animals they are allowed to have. When we've had issues or somebody coming in and complaining about the amount of animals on a property, usually it's because there's some type of nuisance, either a smell or flies or something like that, and then it becomes a public health issue. So if they have too many goats that's creating a public health nuisance, they can go that route. But as far as planning and zoning is concerned, we do not have a limit on how many they can have.
Okay, so I don't understand why they need the rezone then, if they can do what they're doing right now legally in the A general zone.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, so they can have the farming, but they cannot live in an RV on the property right now. And so they're looking to rezone it to agricultural residential to be able to live in an RV as a temporary residence. So they currently can't live in an RV.
Okay, does the property owner have to live in that RV, or can they use it for their caretaker?
We do not have any regulations on who has to live in that RV. So it's just like you can rent out your house, I guess you can rent out your property to live in an RV.
Okay, and did this come to us as a complaint from the neighbors? Apparently they're out of compliance right now, so that's why I'm asking.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, I am not aware of a complaint until the letter that you received. So I will research that, and I can get back to you with that information.
Okay, I think as it stands now with the neighborhood and the complaints, I'm going to make a motion that we deny.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 8, Supervisor Bishop.
Okay, item 8 is a similar problem without the complaints and complexities of the other one. Is this RV that's going to be used as a temporary residence going to be their permanent residence, or is this temporary while they build a residence? The reason I'm asking is I'm seeing more and more of these come to us, and pretty soon Mojave County and certain areas are going to look like a mobile home park.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, I am not aware of the intentions of the applicant. I know they do want to currently live in an RV as a temporary residence, and that's why they're proposing the rezone. Just to give you a little bit more of a background on this item, this section, a lot of the parcels were part of the tax deed sale and were purchased by one main developer, and in November of 2021, Planning and Zoning Commission Board of Supervisors did a very large rezone of I think several hundred parcels in this section from an R1 1A zone to an AR zone to allow for this specific use, the RV as a temporary residence. And I believe the developer at that time was planning on using the subdivision as almost, marketing it as a use that you could allow on these parcels as they're trying to sell them. The board approved that in November of 2021. This is one of those parcels that didn't get rezoned, but is in that same section.
Do we have any complaints with the Planning and Zoning Commission? Did anybody speak in opposition?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, we did not receive any complaints, and I believe this property is vacant currently. Yes, it's currently vacant.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 12, Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. As I understand this item, there was a prior marijuana dispensary at this location, which went out of business. A new marijuana dispensary establishment is looking to go into that same building, but they have to comply with current regulations. And it looks like from a land use perspective, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved this. However, in good conscience, I can't support this, so I'm going to be voting against this item.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Angus.
No, I just, which item is this?
12.
Item 12.
Any other questions from the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
If there are no other questions, I'm going to offer up a motion that we deny this special use permit for this marijuana establishment.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Previously, when we decided to go ahead with marijuana facilities, we decided to use state recommendation and guidelines. Is this going to be going against that? I guess maybe that would be something for our attorney.
Ryan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but this is a purely land use issue, and that's it. If you're making your decision based upon land use, then you're within that prerogative to be able to do that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, with the state statute, it did allow the county to place specific regulations or areas that they would like to see these facilities. When the recreational portion was approved, the county went back and redid our ordinance. Previously, we allowed them for any industrial or manufacturing type zones as well as commercial zones. When we redid it, we allowed them still in the industrial and commercial or industrial and manufactural type zones, and made it so that you have to have a special use permit with the commercial zones. And that's what this is. It's a commercial zone. So it does go through the public hearing process. The surrounding property owners are notified, and the board does have the ultimate decision whether or not they would like to allow it or not.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? You have a motion on the floor.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Bishop.
Is the applicant present on this?
Come forward. State your name, please.
Yes, Dan Gothier. I'm with Rose Law Group here, just stepping on behalf of the applicant. Just to correct one statement you made, Supervisor Lingenfelter, this location didn't actually go out of business. There was some regulatory changes. You may know, these locations, dispensaries, need to have a license at the state level. And this particular company has multiple locations across the state and made a decision a few years ago to switch licenses from this particular location to another location within the state. So it didn't actually go out of business. But because of the closing and interim zoning changes, we're now required to, the applicant's now required to obtain a special use permit to reopen.
I appreciate the clarification and distinction. In my backup materials, it actually said that the previous establishment had closed. So if I misspoke, I do apologize about that.
No apology needed, and I'm happy to answer any other questions. I would urge you to reconsider before entertaining a motion to deny the special use permit. Thank you.
Any questions for the testifier?
No, that's who I wanted to speak with, and this is in my district, so I will not be supporting the denial.
Any further questions from the board? There's a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay.
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 I'm going to go nay. The vote of 3 nays and 2 ayes, motion fails.
You need to
make a motion to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to approve it.
You cut me off. I will make a motion that we approve Board of Supervisors Resolution 2022-192 as written.
Second.
The motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered.
Thank you.
Item 13, Supervisor Bishop.
Okay, now that you've woken me up from my slumber, number 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, all of these together amount to about $75,000 plus. But this one in particular is an assessment in the amount of $27,000. And because it's so much higher, I was just curious as to what we did on this property.
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, I do have some PowerPoint presentation, or just some pictures of the property. Again, this is part of the, we have a dangerous building program that zoning and building both have abatement processes through. This property was up in the Dolan Springs area. It was actually had 2 to 3 structures on the property that were dilapidated and dangerous. Also had a fairly large, we could almost say private landfill. We started doing the abatement. See if we can get some pictures up here.
A private landfill?
Well,
loosely term.
Wow. I don't know what that other thing. The other thing up there. I don't know. Is AT going to put this in? Trying to. There we go. So, yeah, you know, in October 21, we identified obviously some dangerous structures, and in this large pit of household rubbish and waste. Between zoning department and the building department, we both put our abatement funds to it. And I'll hit the next picture. This is the picture of cleanup. After the cleanup, as you can see, the person in the lower picture, that's how deep the pile of debris was. We weren't aware of that until we obviously started abating it, and then obviously the cost just kept going up as we kept digging. So we got to the bottom of it and got the property cleared. And a cost assessment is $27,000. Again, zoning's portion really was part of the trash and debris, which was a $17,000 bill, and the building portions were a little over $7,000. So this is probably one of the worst cases we've had in probably 10 years, and so most, as I said, the other items, 14, 15, all the way to 19, you know, they range anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 on a similar abatement of this, of dangerous structures and trash and debris on the property.
Do we know if the property owner was actually running a illegal landfill?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, no, we didn't find that out. We kind of got hints from the neighbors that they were just being allowed to dump on the property. The property appears to have been abandoned for years, so we're not sure who was all doing it.
So this is just a good example as to why maybe Mojave County in the future should at least have a discussion about bringing transfer stations into some of the more remote areas such as this, because now that the nice clean hole is left on this property, I suspect it's going to fill up again like many others around the county. So in the future, I would like to see Mojave County have a serious discussion about landfills and transfer stations or mandatory trash pickup. I know that's not a popular conversation, but if we don't force people to take care of their rubbish, these are going to continue to happen. And the taxpayers just spent nearly $30,000 on this one.
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, this will, again, today's hearing is to place an assessment on the property. We've actually been working with county council in regards to possibly foreclosing on these properties in due time and actually recovering costs back to the county. I think Brian can answer a little bit more on that.
Is the value of this property close to this amount?
Let's see what the acreage is. I believe it's quite a bit of acreage. So as property values increase, yes, these are getting more valuable of people picking up the properties and paying the assessments off. Chairman Gould and Supervisor Bishop also on board. When we do an abatement like this, especially in this project, we actually did look at, hey, we left a large hole. In a lot of cases, people are going to come back and dump on that hole. We actually talked to our contractor and we put buffers and berms around the property that would make it very difficult to come back in really easily and dump. So we try to take some safeguards that way.
Good, thank you.
Foreclosing on the property will be very difficult in general. This could be a very long discussion, but I'll just say it's difficult to foreclose on properties That being said, I do recommend the assessment because if you're going to recoup any monies, it's going to be through when the property is sold and it's going through ESCO, then you can recoup. And we do recoup occasionally from that. It's not often, but we do. If we could foreclose, we will certainly look at it if it's available. But if you even just look at the statute itself that authorizes this, it takes some time to do the foreclosures. So, but I'd be happy to talk with you outside of the meeting to explain the whole process.
Okay. Supervisor Gould and board members. We also follow under a state nuisance ordinance, which also provides the owner of the property to make payments on that assessment for a 10-year period. So that's also an option within the first year of the assessment.
Is there a residence that someone's living in on this property?
Supervisor Bishop, no, it's completely vacant.
Okay. Okay, with that, I'll make a motion that we approve the assessment as written.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 21, Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. Is someone from Public Health here? Hi there.
Good morning, Chairman and Board.
Well, here we go again. Another one of my favorite things, public health grants. This one, I was trying to kind of understand it. This one, the approved amount was $70,160. And that money, the budget that you included, all that money is for kind of the infrastructure for this grant. So you're expecting more money to be coming into this grant, into this program.
Initially, if it's a one-time grant, or do you know if it continues and goes on? It's a one-time deliverable grant.
And this was from marijuana money?
Yes.
And so again, so what is all the administrative costs?
Basically, it's to cover the salaries of the individual it's not a new position, it's an existing position within our department. So provide them be able to support their salaries as well as the administrative costs of our manager to be able to management that program.
Okay. So then I went on and I looked into the grant itself. Over the last couple of years, we've been talking about the contracts of grants, and we've had a lot of contention about it, and a lot of the wording that we have seen kind of being implemented within the contracts that gives us a little pause. Yeah. This one is just in your face, and I'm actually kind of happy about it because I want everyone to see exactly what all these things, what the final outcome is supposed to be. So the first in our scope of services, they have a bunch of definitions, and I'm just going to read a couple. Health disparities are defined as differences in health outcomes and their causes among groups of people. Health equity, that's something we have talked about before, is defined as every person having the opportunity to attain their full health potential and is improved when individuals who are impacted by inequities and injustices are co-creating solutions and policies, and when systems are responsive to communities. And again, there is no definition for what injustices would impact your health. It's a little troublesome. Then Healthy People 2030, there's that 2030 again, is a national effort, I'm going to say it's a worldwide effort, that sets goals and objectives to improve the health and well-being of people in the United States. And then social determinants of health means the conditions and the places where people live, learn, work, and play that affects a wide range of health and quality of life risks outcomes. There are 5 key areas that reflect a multitude of issues: economic stability, education, social and community context, health and healthcare, and neighborhood and built environments. Then you go on to the scope of services, and
And I mean, I don't have time to talk about everything that bothered me about this, but they have health equity priority. Health inequities and injustices include differences in length of life, quality of life, rates of disease, disability and death, severity of disease, and access to treatment, disadvantages due to race or other socially and economically determined circumstances. How do people how do they qualify? What is the qualifying factors? Do people have to come in and say, you know, how do you find these people? I mean, this really makes, to me, absolutely no sense except to get money back into the administration. And then we go on to the vision and goal. And it's under a term called tactics. Implement strategies in a manner that ensures cultural humility, racial equity, and health equity are priority. Do you know what cultural humility is?
It's an interesting term.
It's a very interesting term.
I have my definition.
It wasn't in their list of definitions, interesting enough.
Yep.
And then we go on. The goal is to reduce the percentage of households spending more than 30% of income on housing. I don't really know how you reduce that except by providing jobs. So if we keep people's money in their pockets and business in their pockets, they can, and that will solve this problem that government has created. And then the vision, understanding and addressing health disparities uniquely impacting rural and underserved Arizonans, including Latinx. Do you know what Latinx means?
It's the next generation. It's like
well, it
Gen
means
X and
nothing.
different
It's
things.
totally made up. Underserved Arizonans, including Latinx, Black, American Indian, older adults, and other identified underserved communities. And it goes on. Health equity, health and policies. It's the total takeover of everything, because he who controls our health controls everything. This is as disturbing as it gets. We all knew this is what it was leading to, but I thank them for like just mapping it out. This is a roadmap of how they want to take over our healthcare system. And that all started with the little innocent marijuana money, right? Yeah. And so for that, I cannot approve this by any means. So what will happen? We already got the money, right?
No, we are approved. If you deny it, then we wouldn't we wouldn't get the grant.
Right. Yeah. And it's a $70,000 grant to do all these things.
No,
so all these
not all those things. So if I could, can I explain my point from? Okay. So looking at it, so this was obviously something I inherited, and having sat here for 3 months with the board and looking at our community, going out and meeting, getting to understand our community, and I think various times things are brought to this board, and there's a lot of wording in here, and there were 3 to 4 different plans in here. And we chose the third one because it's what I can see is that it most fit our needs without having to complicate all those things you pointed out. So I think in any grant, and a lot of times public health and many of our departments are dependent upon grants. It helps us be able to equal out insufficiencies in fundings and such things. So this is why we go after grants, to help us here. Positive sides to this, it's not federally funded, not family, it comes from the state. We don't have, there's no, the federal government telling us exactly how to define. A lot of the stuff you see in here does come from.
Which is interesting because that came from the state and not from the federal government, yet it contains more garbage than I've seen from the ones coming down from the federals.
Yep, and it is, and you're right. And
in a Republican-controlled state.
Yep, and so recognizing that and the board and the concerns there, will this portion of the plan that we are asking for to adopt, does it address our needs? And I think, you know, in a previous board of supervisors, the sheriff expressed, and I would say the same thing, is we take these grants and we make them ours. You know, we're going to apply them to our county and to see how it works for us. And if there's something in there that doesn't work for us, and if it's a complete no, that's fine. But is there something in here that we as a community need, and it doesn't have those obligations of Latinx? This one, the one we chose, does not have the definition for Latinx, meeting the housing. It doesn't have the housing. This is an opportunity to address mental health to go out in the community, to work with seniors and youth, and to just see if they're socially isolated and be able to provide them any type of information.
Dr. Kingsley, how is this grant different than like every meeting we seem to approve another grant for mental health, for homelessness, for addiction? How is this different?
One, good. Like I said before, it doesn't come from the federal government. It comes from a one-time the marijuana funds within our state. As the chairman has pointed out, the state seems to, have used much of the language in there that is being widely used across the state from different political groups. And so how is it different from the other ones that we have is that it is very specific what we're going to do. It has 4 things we're going to do. It's education and reaching out for social isolation and identifying those needs. That's all it is.
Social isolation? How do you reach out if people are isolated? How do you know they're there?
That's the important thing. Has suicide rates gone up? And so you have to go out and find it, right? If you're going to measure success, you have to get out there and get the data and show that was this person socially isolated? How you do that is usually, an entry type of survey, an exit 3 months. What were your results? Did you feel like you learned something? Did you feel like you didn't learn something? It's part of just the normal process, and then we could come back and say, yes, this was successful. We went to our youth, we went and identified out into the community, to our senior centers, to our schools, and provided education to help them say, hey, do I feel like I am socially isolated? That's driving me towards suicide. That's driving me towards addictions. That's driving me towards these things.
And so you think that, so you're saying that this government program, people are going to talk to them? You say that you talk about senior centers, but this money isn't going to a senior center or a mental health facility. It's going to the government. And again, the big question is that we've talked about this before, is this the right place for those kind of services?
And I would say yes on those points, because what the government stands for, what we stand for in the public health, is to be a resource to the community, to nonprofits. Many times the nonprofits can't get these, or they don't have enough funding, or they don't have the person to do the job, where we do. So we stand as a resource to be able to provide. So what we do, we take that and then we provide it to the other nonprofit groups out there if it's education. So this individual, the one worker we're going to assign it to, she would go out into the community, work with nonprofits. She could become a train the trainer and provide them at no cost training to continue it on. And I think that is where it is when these services come in. It's not that we're going to take the money, the government's going to take it, is that can we become a resource that amplifies or helps other nonprofit groups in the community. Now, if we're trying to take it all on and do everything and it's just us and we're grant grabbing and money holding and stuff, then I think you're right. But if we can be a resource to nonprofits and work together and provide them that, then yes. And then also the work from this, a nonprofit could say, oh, I've seen this. Okay, yeah, there is an avenue I'd like to follow there. And so that's why we identified this one.
Whenever you get a grant, you have to report back what you did with the money, and sort of, I would hope, some kind of, success measure of success. What would happen? And again, these things become more and more emboldened. The fear is, and I know it's not happening yet, but the fear is at some point they're going to say, well, you didn't do this. You didn't, do what we expect in this roadmap of, what I think is a very chilling part. And I hope on Tuesday we're going to send a firm message that we do not go along with this. But these are the concerns I have. I mean, again, we seem to go through this every single meeting.
And they're valid concerns, and they should always be brought up, and we're always going to have to bring grants to you, because this is a lot how we go and be able to support our employees to become those resources. I think as grants go, this is great for our department. It helps balance our budget out for the most part, and it helps us be a resource to the community where it needs to be. And this is the beginning of the mental health road that's coming. So we're always lagging behind within our community, we know that we're coming off an opioid addiction and facing those things, and now we really need to get out, figure out mental health, and provide those better services. And yes, nonprofits can provide those a lot better, but a lot of times we have to work conjointly with them and help them, and where they can't appropriately meet those needs, we can help fill those gaps. And this is what this is, filling those gaps.
Yeah, I don't envy your position, Dr. Kingsley. I know how hard it is running the department and then philosophically, being asked these questions, so thank you.
I would also say, just on the equity question, my viewpoint for that, it's a new buzzword. There's always going to be trigger words in here. And I think, anytime they come back and say, did you not meet these grants deliverables? Then we don't get the next grant. That's what they basically say to us. It's like, well, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. We really wanted you to accomplish this goal. Well, that wasn't our goal. You told us this, we accomplished that. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're not going to do the other agenda things because that doesn't work for our community, but this does. And so when it comes to equity, it's been around. A wheelchair ramp is equity when it comes down to it. 95% of people are not going to use that wheelchair ramp, but it provides them an ability to be on equal footing for somebody to come into a building. So that the language from everything equity has been around for decades. It's just the new word that calls it. And so what do we as a county, how do we want to approach, and what do we do? And if we get to the point that they say, oh, you need to start doing X, Y, and Z, no, that's not for us. Thank you very much, but no. And if that's that point right here, that's fine. I don't think it is. It has all that stuff in there. We're always going to see that language. But what this is right here is an opportunity for 2 employees to be able to be a resource to nonprofits in the community.
Have you ever seen this amount of that language?
It's coming, it's in
coming.
there. Yeah, I have
that exactly.
You can find it anywhere.
Coming.
Like I said, it's momentum. Yes, I would say it's momentum.
Again,
and you're seeing that in public health and health. And I would say it's a lot because of social media. We're seeing a growth, an exponential growth that we haven't seen historically because of how we communicate, social media. And so the storytellers who drive this many times are youth, and different political groups and such things are driving different messages. And they want to, and the words that are used, we don't have to be afraid of them. We just have to look at them and understand, hey, what's our interpretation of them? And is that something we apply to or no? And that's completely fine. If we say no, we say no. If it's something, yes, we can use it. If you're going to bind us to this, yes or no. Again, I don't see it on this one compared to other grants, so.
Before I go, just do me a favor. Can you try to find out what cultural humility is? I really, really like to know.
It's going to be like if cultural humility, yeah, right? Humility, just my initial take was that are we approaching and being respectful and compassionate to all our minorities? We're being culturally appropriate to all the different buzzwords that we have out there. So we're just being respectful. I can get behind that. Are we being respectful to other people? Yes. I don't know why they had to use that word. Just put in be respectful. But they like their words.
Let me jump in here for a minute. How this works legislatively is both recreational marijuana and medical marijuana were citizens' initiatives. When they run citizens' initiatives, they do not think out the implementation. That gets left for the legislature to do. Apparently, in this case, the legislature has said, State Health Department, you dream up the rules.
Yep.
And this is what we're looking at, the stuff that looks worse than stuff that comes out of Washington because our legislators are not taking an involvement in the things that's going through the State Health Department. Whatever we end up doing with this grant, I think we should send a letter to our delegation, our state delegation, that they need to pay a little more attention to the things that they're going through and not just rubber stamp this stuff. Because I know these guys, and this is not stuff that they would want to put in there, but apparently this is what happens when you let the bureaucrats run the asylum, so to speak. But I'm flabbergasted that this is worse than the stuff that we're reading in federal grants, and this is a Republican-controlled state. We have a Republican governor. We have a Republican-controlled legislature. We shouldn't see stuff like this coming down. They should be giving us the money from the marijuana initiative that the voters voted for in a way that we can use it to actually help reduce drug addiction. Because I believe the voters that voted for that wanted it to be used to reduce drug addiction. And gobbling it up by the bureaucracy, I don't think helps anybody, to tell you the truth. All it does is grow government. Thank you. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, and I agree with you, Supervisor Gold, and I see Supervisor Angus' frustration. She brings it up every time she sees these buzzwords in any grant opportunities, but I see this as serving a lot of the residents in my district, as well as District 1 and District 5. You've got Peach Springs, Wickiup, Chloride, Dolan Springs, White Hills, Meadview. These are all underserved communities with populations that do suffer social isolation, by nothing else, just for the need for transportation to get into the more populated areas. So I see no harm in accepting this grant, and I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
No motion and second on the floor. Any further discussion?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Dr. Kingsley, was this a competitive grant, or was this grant only available to political subdivisions? Were nonprofits eligible for this?
That, on the history of it, do you know if it was made? That one, I would have to find the answer for you. I believe coming from the state, it was disseminated to the counties, but it's an Arizona health improvement plan from their department. Usually grants are made available to nonprofits as well, so they could have applied for this.
Yeah, are there, I'm unfamiliar with some of the social isolation services that may or may not be out there. Are you aware, as our public health director, is there nonprofits in Mojave County that provide similar services that attempt to combat social isolation?
Yes, and specifically the ones I've interacted with so far, so Catholic Charities, all of them are out there. A lot of them deal with housing, deal with a lot of other issues that are in here. In an indirect manner, yes. Are they trying to help to do that? They put this social isolation, which is kind of, outreach in a sense. Go out,
Sure.
are you feeling socially isolated? So I would say all the nonprofits that work either in housing or towards addiction recovery cover this to a point. Yes. Is it specifically addressed, and are they specifically focused on this to identify it? I would say no. Yeah.
Great. Well, I think similar to other members on the board, perhaps, I believe that our nonprofits, if you look at the data between provision of social services, a lot of the data that I've seen shows that nonprofits, they may do a better job than political subdivisions do. That's not saying anything bad about our staff and your experts that work for you or yourself, but I always like to see when the nonprofits are out leading something, and then, as you said, to sort of have their back, as you would say, as a public resource, right, to further their efforts. My problem with these grants is, these social services grants, they always seem to come from one of two places. We're either paternalizing them, a group, or patronizing a group, right? We're either coming at them like a parent, or we're coming at them like we're trying to patronize them like we're better than them. Yeah. And the first question we should be asking is, do they even want the help? Did they even ask for it in the first place? And a lot of time, no, they didn't. So, I don't think I can support this. I think that there are nonprofits out there that is their mission. It's on their heart to get involved and to try to make a difference and move the needle in some of these categories. And I support you and applaud you and your staff for supporting their efforts, but I don't think that we should be, continuing to either, patronize or, paternalize or patronize these people without even asking that if they need the help in the first place or if they want it.
And I think on those 2 points, and that's correct, and you can't ever, and this is where we'd go out and provide the education and be somebody that would come and identify. We'd work with the groups if they're interested, show up. And moving forward too, is in any intention in public health is that we collect data, and if we show that we met 1,000 people in a year, but a nonprofit group only met 50, where's the effectiveness at? You know, we would have to be able to show those things and comparisons, and I don't have that data to be able to show that. For this, on the social isolation and also telehealth and things as is promoting here, ultimately it's to build resiliency, is to help that person become resilient and say, you know, and become a contributing member of our community, that they are self-sufficient and they are able to be self-reliant. And that's what I saw. This was resiliency, to go out, provide education specific. We can take that data and we can provide it to the nonprofits for them to say, oh yeah, this is an avenue we need to follow, or not. If they're not doing that, it's just an indication where we could work together and provide them a resource.
Appreciate your perspective and your time today. Thank you.
Yep.
We've got a couple of people from the public that signed in to speak on this. Nan Nicole.
Hello, I'm Nan Nickel from Fort Mojave. I guess that's better. Item 21 is full of rules, edicts, etc. that are unconstitutional. This item should not be approved by our county until it is brought into the jurisdiction of our Constitution and constitutional statutes. In item 21, there are policies and procedures that fall under foreign jurisdictions. For example, 2.3, the priorities include health equity, et cetera, et cetera. We've all heard that. This is straight out of the United Nations Agenda 21/2030. These all fall under foreign jurisdictions and are unconstitutional. Nowhere in Article 1, Section 8 has Congress been given the power to authorize any of these things. Also, James Madison and Alexander Hamilton expressly said the Constitution does not give a general grant of legislative authority to Congress for taxing and spending. It is limited to those designated powers. There's nowhere in Article 1, Section 8 in the Constitution that says any of this can be done. And we already went through a little exercise a few weeks ago when I said the United States Constitution, I used the Arizona Constitution, you are under the Arizona Constitution and you are representatives. That's in our Arizona Constitution. No law or anything can be passed in Arizona unless it's constitutional. That, I think, was passed in 2011, thanks to Bridget Gabrielle, who's trying to keep certain things out of our legislature.
It's a dubious interpretation of the 14th Amendment.
Anyway, there are many things in this item that are stunning. How can we have agencies that appear to be nullifying our Constitution? Don't they even look at it? Are they not asked to look at it? I don't understand that. It is stunning to me. And how can we have the supervisors signing on to these unconstitutional consent agenda items? I think we've already talked about this. You have a really tough job. We have a government that's falling apart, that's dysfunctional. And so we come here and complain to you because that's what we're supposed to do. Or maybe not complain, maybe it is to consult. However you want to put it. Since you
exercise your right.
Yeah. Since you, our supervisors, work with the very entities that have somehow lost their way as to what government is supposed to do, I believe it's up to you to take these matters and do something about it. This situation's gone on too long and must stop. And I really, really have a lot of empathy for people who live out in the middle of nowhere and don't have a lot of resources. I had that happen when I was young, but somehow I survived without all these services. Our neighbors did and our families, a lot of us helped one another. So I know that that does work. I lived where there's no electricity, no water, nothing for several years, and we had a CB radio. So people get along just fine when they rely on one another. Works great. So anyway, thank you for your attention again about this, but I think that we need to maybe have our people in our agencies take some Constitution courses and Arizona Constitution courses, and then maybe they'd understand why some people are quite upset about what's happening. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris Rodarty.
Chris Rodarty, Mojave County taxpayer. Well, as you know, this item is for a $70,160 Arizona Health Improvement Grant from the state's medical marijuana funds. This proposal, as Hildy has pointed out, I read it. It is so richly steeped in woke socialist jargon. This was a gift. I was disturbed, but almost grateful to have this to talk about today. I mean, if approved, it's going to bring our county into at least 3 of the Sustainable United Nations goals. Number 1 is to end poverty everywhere. Number 2, to end hunger. And number 3, to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all. Now, this all sounds worthy and sounds so warm and fuzzy, but woven throughout the UN's cliche-ridden descriptions and instructions is that concept of wealth redistribution. Supervisors, you need to ask yourselves, how deeply immersed into Agenda 2030 do you want to bring Mojave County? Do you want to be remembered for that? We're already well on our way to globalist rule, and approval of this grant, which, by the way, Hildy talked about this, it's compliant with Healthy People 2030, a national effort that sets goals and objectives to improve the health and well-being of people in the United States. This is just another step toward one world government rule. Please vote sensibly and vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Pastor Roy Hagemeyer.
Chairman Gould, Supervisors, Supervisor Angus, thank you for pulling this off the consent agenda. I think you nailed it, and Nan Nickel and Chris Rodarty did a very good job because we see these acronyms in this ESGs throughout it, the health equity. And as I read through this, I cringed. I went, how in the world did this ever get to this point? We're at a place today where the government has taken over our health care. And I want to tell you, as a person that dealt with Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act, it doesn't help anybody. I was on Blue Cross Blue Shield. The federal government paid them $1,220 a month for me to be on that worthless insurance with an $8,700 deductible. We continue to go down a path that is failing. And today, over half the population of Arizona is on access. We are going down the wrong path. The last thing that this county needs to do is expand health care for our population. Government needs to be out of health care completely from top to bottom. And again, if you look at the Constitution, there is nowhere in it that I can find where it says the government should take care of people and take care of their health care and all that kind of thing. It doesn't say that. Government has a specific duty. And the problem is this: the government has made far too many fully dependent upon them, which is their goal, to the point where they do nothing but wait for another handout. We, the people, have allowed the government, who works to take control of parts of our lives that they should never have part of, and that is health care. The government destroys everything they touch. And today, our health care system is in abysmal condition. It is miserably failing. So as I read through this proposal, the word equity jumped off the page on a regular basis, and there is no way that the government can bring equity to our population. It will never happen. It has never been that way. If you open up the Holy Bible, you will see that there was inequity across the population then, and it remains today. This thing, as Chris pointed out, it's a socialist pipe dream. So let's get back to government doing what government does best, taking care of roads and policing our streets, and not try to fix things that we have no business in. Again, government has no place in healthcare, and I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Which brings us back to the motion to approve. Any further discussion?
Yes, I would like to ask Ryan Esplin if there's anything unconstitutional about this grant, if we accept it.
I haven't looked at it fully, but I don't know anything that would say that this would be unconstitutional.
Okay, my motion stands then.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager.
Just feel a sense of urgency to say something here, and that is we have opioid crisis. We have opioid settlements through class action lawsuits. These funds go to serve those in need of it. And while in this case, we, Mojave County, did not perhaps support the marijuana recreational laws or any other marijuana related laws, they are what they are. They're taxed and they have impact on society. I think I wish I can say no county residents avail themselves or use it or impacted by it, but I'm not sure that one can. So to that end, often enough staff finds themselves faced with an issue or a need in the community and using the resources to try to address it as I think the board would want us to. We approach these things with an open mind, knowing that we have a function and a purpose to do. So whatever direction you go with, we will continue to do our jobs, but I just wanted to present another, I understand and respect all that has been said. Nothing I'm saying conflicts with what you heard. I just wanted to present that side of the story. Thank you.
Back to the motion to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The nays appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 22, and I pulled that one so people could speak about it. Chris Rodarty.
Ms. Rodarty, Mojave County taxpayer. I'm not going to take a lot of time here. This is a $246,000 HUD grant funding for housing rehabilitation for the elderly. It's yet another wealth redistribution scheme cooked up by the globalists to comply with Agenda 2030. We've brought this HUD data to your attention on numerous occasions with overhead visuals and documentation. You can go to the website sdgs.un.org and you can read all about it in case you've forgotten. And as a result of approving this egregious item, Mojave County will once again be groveling before the elites as it humbly accepts a few pieces of silver in exchange for our freedom and property rights. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further item or questions from the board on item 33? Supervisor Bishop.
I'm contemplating making a motion that we raise property taxes to pay for the difference with the turning down all these grant monies. I'm just being facetious, but this county depends on grant monies. We can't turn down all of the grant monies because of buzzwords like equity and saying something is not constitutional when constitutionality is determined by a court of law. It's not determined by public perception or what we read on social media. So I just felt the need to vent. Thank you very much for listening. So I guess while I'm venting, I'll make a motion that we approve item 22.
I'm going to second this because we've been doing this for years with these HUD things, and it does help people in the long run. In a perfect world, we wouldn't accept any of it, but this one we've been doing, and it has been successful, so I'm going to second it.
Thank you.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Did you send him a message?
Go take my break, I'll come back. So that was 22. We're on to 26. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My opposition to this is we're buying a vehicle for the reentry program. That program keeps to be expanding all the time. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions from the board?
I make a motion that we approve item 26.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 28, Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you. This is a sole source contract with Creative Care Incorporated.
Chairman Gould, I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to recuse myself from this item, which is why I pulled it as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Continue, Supervisor Bishop.
So that was my reason for pulling it, to find out who the owner of Creative Care Incorporated is and whether or not that's a conflict of interest for anyone on the board. So apparently it is, and that's taken care of now.
I have a question.
Supervisor Angus.
So what is this grant for? What are they going to do with it?
Supervisors, Chairman Angus, I gave you a promotion,
No, you gave
maybe.
me a promotion.
It's not a grant. The grant already exists. It's the Workforce Improvement, I'm going to get the words wrong, Opportunity Act. This is a program under WIOA. It's basically on-the-job training where people enter through the program, get into job training. Creative Care itself is actually a nursing assistance program. Due to all the vacancies, it is a much more popular program than it has been in the past. And so historically, we've used this program. It's been under $50,000. We're bringing it to the board now because the popularity of the program, our expenses to Creative Care have increased and will be over $50,000.
Oh, so this is something that's happened before, Creative Care, so it's for nursing and things like this. I know they do a lot of different things, so it's for nursing.
It's the nursing assistance on the job training program through WIOA.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Chairman Gould, motion to approve, what number are we, 28?
There a second?
Yeah, second. I'll second it.
The motion is second on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 34, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the same thing. Now we're buying any man for the reentry program. That's my objection.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Can I ask a question?
Supervisor Angus.
So the 26, so how many are we buying all together for this program?
I will let, I'll let the reentry program speak to that.
So the reentry program, through two different agenda items on the consent, or that were on the consent agenda, will be acquiring a total of 3 vehicles. The purpose for, I'll back up and say that the funding source is grant-funded, one-time funding through $1 million grant from opiate settlement money that's administered through the Attorney General's office. So it is non-general fund dollars that are being used. The reentry program has a need for vehicles, one to attend the various meetings and trainings across the state and the area, but also to, from time to time, provide transportation for those being released from custody into a handoff situation, into a community care facility in our county. Currently, the program does not have any transportation needs. We're a jail-based program. The jail does have a fleet of vehicles. Those are all designed and built to haul inmates, not people who are not in custody. So that's the purpose for the purchase of these vehicles, to assist with transportation needs as they arise.
Okay, so I would hope that it is more for the needs of the clients of this program than people going to trainings and things, because ideally, I mean, if you needed a car, you can always go to the fleet if somebody needed to go, let's say, to Phoenix or Tucson. So I just want to make sure that it's really being used for the purpose of the program instead of, and I know that training and stuff is, but there are other avenues for transportation for that.
There are, and a lot of times the transportation needs that the reentry program has is not necessarily something that we can schedule in advance through fleet. And a lot of times, depending on the time of the year, there's some competition in trying to get a pool car reserved for our uses. But again, the intended purpose of these vehicles is to transport those who are being released from custody so that we can get them tied into the services that we've coordinated for them. And those can happen on very short notice.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
Don, I'm still a little confused. On item 26, we approved the purchase of 2 vehicles. And then on this one, it's three minivans.
Yes.
At least one of them goes to public health.
Supervisor Bishop, in item 26, there's 2 reentry vehicles, I believe, and then in this item, there's only one. From a procurement perspective, they're buying, I think, 3 or 4 vans. Only one of them is for the reentry program.
So there's 3 total for the reentry?
3 total.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you. While we have the fine captain up there, I thought the purpose of this was you're taking up county land, county space at the sheriff's department or at the jail to build this facility so that we can be right there to handle these people. And now we're getting vehicles, and I understand the training, but transporting people, are we just becoming a bus service for people? Where would we transport them to once they get out? They're civilians.
So, Supervisor Johnson, the transportation could be to connect them if they're from the Colorado City area or up on the Arizona Strip. It could be connecting them directly with services back in that community, as well as services in the Bullhead, Mojave Valley area or the Lake Havasu area, depending which part of the county they're from. Obviously, could be services right here in Kingman as well. Is the opportunity to provide those services, the transportation service, to get them connected up with the services to whatever area it is that they're going back to.
But if I get released from jail, unless you're just kind enough to drive me back to Havasu, do I have to walk?
There are a lot of options for those being released from custody in general to get back to a community, whether it's Bullhead City or Lake Havasu. The idea of those that are participating with our attempts to connect them with services, that's part of the coordinated care, is to get them to the services. Left to their own devices to have somebody pick them up, or if they choose to hitchhike, however they choose to get back to whatever area that they're coming to, is probably going to lead to a situation where they're not going to get tied in with the services that we've coordinated them. So by providing those transportation services, and again, it's not for all inmates who are released from custody, just those that have agreed to work with our reentry program and get connected to the services that they need, there's more likelihood that they'll engage in those services if we can provide that transportation and warm handoff and actually get them into those services with the idea that they would address whatever issues that they had, whether it's substance use or mental illness or homelessness, that they wouldn't reoffend and continue to come back into the jail system.
So was I wrong when I thought that when you built this building, there was going to be those services available in the building, right? Nonprofits. That's not happening. We can make them available, tell them what there is, but now we have to transport them to those facilities. Of course, that'll always be it if they want it, right?
It's always going to be a voluntary situation, and those that we can provide the services to include transportation to get them connected to the services, are those that we have time to create those connections. The reentry center that's being built on Joe property, or will be built on Joe property, is for those that we don't necessarily have the time that's required to make those connections. It would kind of be a last-ditch effort for them to access and tie into those services. If they so choose, it's completely voluntary.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Langenfelder.
Oh, nothing at this time.
Oh, okay. Supervisor Angus.
So I guess I'm just expanding on what Supervisor Johnson asked, because I was under the impression also that if people who volunteer for this, there will be services within that building as well.
There will be, initially, there will be connections to services, whether it be service providers there to begin making those appointments and everything, and perhaps even assisting with transportation needs. And then ultimately, we look to have a portion of it that it would provide some on-site services as well for a small select population. So yes, there will be some service, to answer your question, there would be some services available immediately at the reentry center. And if we can make the connections with those that are in custody long enough, then we can fill the gap and provide those transportation handoffs so that they actually get to the services that have been coordinated and that they've agreed to get.
The idea is to give them an opportunity to change their circumstances. So if there was none of this, people usually go back to the communities and the groups that got them into trouble in the first place. The idea is to make this as, accessible as possible.
Correct. Unless something changes, nothing's going to change. So in that individual's situation, whether it be mental health, substance use, unless something changes upon release from jail, they're going to go right back to what they came from, which is going to continue the cycle and a revolving door in the criminal justice system. So the idea is that if we can connect those to services who are willing, when they're willing, we'll stop that revolving door.
Thank you.
So these are inmates that are coming out of the county jail, not out of the state prison, correct?
Yeah, the prison system has their own programs. This is only Mojave County Jail program.
Are we going to track recidivism?
We are working not only with the state to create a statewide database to track data, but would also have data that's available across hazards. So law enforcement would have certain levels of access. Some of the community providers across the state would have access. Obviously, the jails would have access. We're building that program now, or going through the process to build that program. At the local level, our reentry program has created a database to kind of fill the gap until the statewide system comes online, which is probably going to be several years down the road. We've worked with IT to stabilize that platform so that we can start tracking the data and that we can more closely watch recidivism rates and track the number of connections and referrals that we're making with the inmates that participate in the program.
Because my big concern is, are they going to go back to reoffending and get thrown back into jail? Because that's actually the reason that we're doing this, is to keep them out of jail.
Well, the idea is to disrupt that cycle. So to hopefully increase the amount of time between their re-engagement in the system and ultimately stop that re-engagement. So, but I would say that we're probably not naive enough to know that nothing is 100%. But with other programs, especially what's going on in Yavapai County, we see that programs like this can begin to make a difference.
How long has that program been going on in Yavapai?
Well, the program that Yavapai has is from start to where they're at now is about 8 years. The Mojave County program is really at about a year, but with most of that work and development taking place in the last 6 to 8 months.
Thank you. Supervisor Bishop.
Bringing this back to the agenda item on the vehicles Do you feel this vehicle is necessary for the success of the program?
I do. Currently, if we have need to transport, provide transportation services to someone who's being released, we're in competition with jail prisoner transport vehicles, which obviously has to take priority. We need to be able to transport our inmates to courts and around the county, to prison and everything else. So we're in competition for those vehicles, and these vehicles not only would make them available at our convenience, not being subject to somebody else's availability, and plus they're more conducive to transporting the kind of people that we're transporting. They're not prisoners.
Okay, and the cost of the vehicles, is that being paid for with the settlement monies?
The cost of all these vehicles is part of one of the initial opiate settlements, and through a grant that we applied for, $1 million grant that we applied for. We saw in the early stages when we applied for this grant that transportation was a need. The grant opportunity came along, and this was a way for us to use one-time funding source to acquire those vehicles that we'll begin to need as the program continues to grow.
Okay, Chairman Gold, with that information, I make a motion that we approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. $39 I pulled, so Scotty McClure could talk about it. Come on up.
Yeah, Hildy, I don't know who this Dan Euler is. His name sounds very familiar. Are you allowed to tell me who he is?
He's an attorney in Bullhead City.
He's a what?
He's an attorney from Bullhead City. He is an attorney.
Oh, okay.
From Bullhead City.
Well, I've never needed an attorney in Bullhead, so that's why I don't know him, I guess.
I tried to avoid him too.
Yeah. Now, in Bullhead City, we pay a guy over 100 grand a year. Is this a different kind of pest abatement? I mean...
Supervisor Angus.
There is an elected board for the Pest Abatement District. It was developed many years ago for the black fly. Who you're talking about, the employee, he's there as an epidemiologist.
Mosquitoes.
Yeah, and he's there to implement some of the things that they have to do to mitigate for some of the pests. This is a non-salaried board that was put in place, and there's usually not anybody who really wants to do it, so that's why there's not an election, so they get appointed. Dan Ayler's been on this board for many, many years and has done a great job.
It's just a board then?
It's just a board, yeah, and they don't even meet that often. When there's a need, like when they need to designate some money, because there is a thing on your tax bill for the pest abatement. They do raise a little bit of money, and it was for that black fly thing back those years ago, and it was almost out of business when the caddisfly came back. And we all know about the caddisfly problem, and so they resurrected, and they've been doing a pretty good job on that too.
Yeah, I've been in contact with Kelly Pompa over in Keno Avenue, Environmental Health, about something else. Well, about the mosquitoes, she's the one that makes the spray in Mojave Valley, you know, the decisions, mosquitoes. So this has nothing to do with that then, apparently. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments from the board?
Supervisor, Chairman Gould, I make a motion to approve item 39.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 59, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My objection is just to the money of this position. That's all. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Chairman Gould, I make a motion that we approve item 59.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. That completes the consent calendar. I had a person that we had a paperwork mix up and she didn't get her opportunity to speak at call to the public, so I'm going to go back into call to the public if she's still here.
I think her name's Naomi.
Naomi Bradbury, there you are. Come on, ma'am.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Naomi Bradbury Marchand, and I own Bradbury Memorial Center, and this was in conjunction with number 79, which is to find property and to bring the medical examiner's office in-house, which I think is a great idea. But one of the things that I would like to ask is if you would consider bringing the administration in-house first with everything that is going on. We do have some issues with that. Everything that was talked about this morning are some of the same problems that we're having. We had a death on the 13th of August, and the toxicology just came back. We had somebody who had a motorcycle accident, very young. There was no toxicology, no autopsy performed. The family was requesting but did not get that. People are requesting reports, they're not getting that. We had a family come in, said that they showed up during business hours. There was no one, the door was open, there was no one in the medical examiner's office. They walked around, looked at the board, looked where the autopsies are done, and then the alarm finally went off. There has been refusal to release bodies to us due to them being taken to Desert and Lawn as part of the medical examiner's rotation, and then families wanting to use our facility, and they're not getting released to us. We've had the management refusing to fix the damage to our vehicle. We were parked in the garage, and one of their people backed into us in the garage while we were retrieving a deceased. That has been several months now. We are still working on getting that done, and his insurance company is just saying that he wants to pay for it. We're not getting any luck on that. Vital Records has now limited some of the access that the medical examiner's office has because people were going in under Dr. Mosley's name and working on things with vital records, which is huge. So now the funeral homes are having to go in and do some of that work because they're no longer allowed to do that. Just the lack of staff. We've gone on the calls, several of them. They are not showing up sometimes. They were short-staffed. They were doing it by cell phone, so we were helping the police officers take the pictures. So the families are not getting served in the way that they should. And the reason I am bringing all of this up is because I am hoping that you will see that there is an issue and that you will consider it urgent to bring the administration in-house. Now that Serenity Group has sold, the new owners, they haven't been vetted that I'm aware of from you. They are not in the contract to take this over. There's many things in the contract that are not done. So I am hoping that you don't just transfer the ownership of that to them without further thought. Okay? Thank you.
We're going to go to item 83. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I thank you for moving this up. I have people sitting here through this very long meeting that they have to leave. I didn't realize we were going to go this long. So this item is to approve ARPA funds from District 2's allocation in the amount up to but not to exceed $100,000 for We Care Cancer support, for lease payments and to the expanded thrift store, and to purchase a vehicle for donations and transport merchandise to the thrift store. Like all all the nonprofits. They saw their donations decline during the COVID period. They provide a really crucial service. They've been around for a long time. One of us, our oldest and most respected nonprofit, serving the actual people who need the help, the real underserved communities in Bullhead City, and they do a fantastic job. Karen Morris and Terry Tomlinson from Legacy are here. They were nice enough to stay. And with that, I make a motion to approve item 83.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We're going to go back to regular order. Item 69 is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on item 69. Anyone here to testify on item 69? Nope. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 69. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve BOS resolution number 2022-193.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 70. Item 70 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 70. We've got a couple of people signed in to speak. David West.
I'm on there first. We're going to let the LLC manager, Mr. Graves, speak first.
That's fine. If you'll state your name, sir.
Trent Graves.
Proceed.
Chairman Gould and members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to be back in front of you. First time we were here, we were denied, and I wanted just to bring out a few points that have been revised to bring this back in front of you for your reconsideration. The main point of difference is the fact that when we saw you first, we were applying for two billboards. That has been reduced to one. The other thing that I wanted to do was to, I guess we've had 3 letters of opposition, and I think Mr. West would be probably the right person to discuss those letters and just be able to rebut some of that and answer any questions that you might have. Also, we have Mr. Ryan Kane with Yesco Signs that could speak specifically about billboard technical things and maybe light pollution. You know, that's one of the issues that was raised from the public. So with that, Mr. West.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is David West. I run the day-to-day operations for Desert Springs communities in that area. I'm there at least 5 days a week and usually more with the various business and entities that we run out there. Before, when we were at we requested the approval of 2 billboards. Afterwards, I spoke with Supervisor Lingenfelter. Supervisor Lingenfelter gave me some really great advice that I needed to go out and speak to the community. At that time, there were almost, I think, 12 letters of opposition. Today, you only have 3. That's because I've spoken to everybody that's out there that has issues with our plans and our developments in the area. I've resolved many of their concerns. That's why you don't have so many letters in opposition. To speak to the people that did voice opposition in your backup material, we have one that is complaining about noise from a truck stop that's in the area. Desert Springs Communities LLC has no interest in that truck stop. We'd advise them to go speak to the truck stop and the issues of the noise there. The other thing I'd point out about that person, their home is right across the street from where ADOT is staging the reconstruction of the I-15 Virgin River Bridge. That noise is coming and disruption is coming from that project. It's unavoidable. We know it's in the area. They're doing their best to respect the residents in the community, but that's not something that's on us as somebody that's putting up a billboard. We're putting up billboards that draw traffic away from the area and will advertise to people leaving the area. So I think we're part of the solution to some of that noise. The other people that have expressed opposition, we have one that's over 1,200 feet away, one that's 900 feet away, and the other one's 750 feet away from where this billboard is slated to be located. We're trying to, that was one of the big changes we did when we came back and brought it down to one, is try to site it in a position that's far away as possible within the laws and from the other billboards that are in the vicinity. So we're avoiding the residences. We're trying to come to reasonable compromises and hope you see that and offer your approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here to testify on item 70? This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else here to testify on item 70? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on item 70. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
If I may ask Mr. West to step back up to the podium. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you guys for making the trip down today to join us for our board meeting today. And I want to thank you personally for, going out, interacting with your neighbors and the community members that have expressed originally opposition. I think that paid some dividends for you. I appreciate you guys doing that. As you know, living in the area, you guys live in a really scenic area and a very beautiful stretch of Interstate 15. And there's just a lot of concern with muddling that up with an overabundance of billboards in some residents' opinion. And
Yes.
You're not going to please everybody, but I'm satisfied with the effort that you've done over the last year. So I just want to thank you for that. I'm always going to approach billboards in that area on a case-by-case basis, and obviously listen to the folks up there that this is a real concern of theirs, but I'm going to support this one. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-194.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 71 is a public hearing. Anyone here to testify on item 71?
Good afternoon. My name is John O'Grady. I'm the owner of the parcels. Okay. I'm just here to answer any questions you guys may have for me.
They can't ask you any questions during the public hearing portion of this, but they can call you back up after we adjourn it.
Okay, thank you.
But if you have anything you want to say now, that's fine. If not, you can wait for questions.
I just wanted to say that this land is in the area that Western Land and Ranches had purchased about 1.5 to 2 years ago. And several of the parcels around it, several hundred actually, I believe it's the same as agenda number 8, is in the same area. And I'm just looking to, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at public speaking. Most of the bulk of the parcels around it have already been changed to AR from residential. So I'm just looking to do the same in the area.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to testify on item 71? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
I do have questions for the applicant.
Sir, if you want to come on back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you have an RV on site now?
It's been there for about 3 weeks now. I was under the impression I had 30 days before the rezoning, before I had to get a permit, but my intentions are to build on the land. I'm going to combine the acreage. And my own naivety, I have already installed a septic on there. I was under the impression it was already agricultural land when I purchased it.
Okay, so are you living there now?
No, I'm not living in this.
Okay, so your intention is to use that as you build your permanent residence there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay. All right, were there anyone opposed to this as far as you know? Any neighbors that are opposed?
I believe there was a letter of opposition sent. It was from a corporation, so I don't even, but no one I've spoken to up there personally has had an objection to it.
Okay, thank you.
There are several others in the area that are doing the same, so.
Okay. Scott, could you answer that question for me? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, that is correct. We did receive one letter of opposition, and that's why this one is on the public hearing instead of the consent agenda like the other one was.
Okay, and the opposition was?
I would have to go back into it to read exactly what it was stating. So the letter of opposition was from a Charles Lebus, stating, "To whom it may concern, I am not in favor of allowing the proposed zoning change."
Okay. Thank you very much. Chairman Gold, I'll make a motion that we approve the rezone with the stipulation that the permanent residence be completed within a one-year period.
Second.
Scott, if we add this condition, would that transfer to a new owner also? So if this person doesn't go forward with building a home within that 1 year period of time, would that prevent a new person from coming in and putting an RV on there while he was building a house?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, yes. So whoever owns the property, the conditions would be the same for the rezone. Essentially, if the condition is that you would like a house be built on that property within a year, then that would need to be done in order for the rezone to essentially vest. And so if there is no house within that year, then the rezone would revert back, or we would have to do a rescission.
And these lots are in an area that the Board of Supervisors has already given the same zoning that this gentleman's requesting?
Correct. So
without any conditions?
Correct. In November of 2001 or 2021, there was a large rezone done in this area, several hundred parcels with the exact same zoning, as well as the same zoning in number 8 of the consent agenda.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a second on your motion?
We did, but I think I'll reconsider and just approve it without the condition.
Then I'll amend my second.
There's a motion and second on the floor. Any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 72 is a public hearing. Is anyone here that care to testify on item 72? Joanne Esslinger?
Yes, I'm the owner of this property.
Okay.
And this is the same community in White Hills, and I'm asking for the same thing for the rezoning from R1 to AR on this property.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We can't ask any questions. We're in the public hearing portion of it. Anyone else here to testify on item 72? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 72. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gold, motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Ryan, do I need to read that
statement?
No, it'll apply if there wasn't enough votes.
Okay. Item 73 is a public hearing. Anyone here to testify on item 73? I got quite a few people. Did I open the public hearing? I'm going to open it again just in case I didn't open it the first time. Dr. Paul Yamaguchi. Let's see. Dr. Mark Berry's on deck.
Honorable Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, and concerned citizens, thank you for hearing and considering our concerns. My name is Paul Yamaguchi. I'm 70 years old. If you asked me yesterday, I would have had to tell you I was 69.
Oh,
so those of you that are paying attention, today is my birthday. I am a practicing physician in good standing with the Arizona Medical Board. I'm board certified in anesthesiology. I've been practicing medicine for over 40 years. I trained at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anesthesia, critical care medicine, and pain medicine. I've never had a malpractice suit brought against me. I have hundreds of colleagues and patients that can attest to my integrity and this high standard of medical care that I've provided in this community. I've lived in Mojave County for over 30 years. My concern relates to the safety impact on our community that this rezone presents. Please consider these facts. Over the last 10 years, we've had a significant increase in traffic on Wallapai Mountain Road. Wallapai Mountain Road, immediately adjacent to the rezone, is the main access road both to and from Pinyon Pine, Lazy YU, and the Wallapai Mountain community. Many first responders live in these communities, including medical, law enforcement, and community emergency response team members. Erosion is a fact of life. Disruption of the natural terrain impacts this thoroughfare road, speaking of Wallapai Mountain Road. While practicing at KRMC, I've been called to respond to emergencies for minutes in delay of intervention meant the difference between life and death. This summer, Wallapai Mountain Road in the vicinity of this location was closed 10 times over a 6-week interval due to the effects of erosion and water flow. Please consider slowing down the approval of this rezone. We in the neighborhood respectfully request to involve other experts to provide a more up-to-date assembly and analysis of the danger that this rezone presents to our first responders and the affected community at large. Please bear in mind, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mark Berry. Roy Brackett's on deck.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. First, I'd like to thank all of you for your service here to Mojave County. We simply want to build our home on this property, which is up on top of a hill on the eastern. It's 24 acres. I'm sure you're all in receipt of the rather lengthy response that I sent to the board. I apologize for the length of it, but this has been one of the most in my opinion, bizarre processes that I've been involved in, just to simply try to build my home. If you have any questions about, especially issues that have been brought up by the opposition, of which I believe, I've read over them, of the 9 property owners within the 300-foot distance, there have actually only been 2 that have stated they object. Dr. Yamaguchi, their letter says that they want or agree to conditional approval of the rezone. And I have tried in my letter to address each of those concerns that the neighbors have listed. My wife and I both went around to each of the neighbors on Desert Trail and other places and attempted to introduce ourselves and see if there were any concerns that we could work out, because we don't want to have some visual blight or eyesores up there either. The aquifer is in our letter. We're not even drilling a well, especially when I heard about the INA thing earlier in this meeting. We're using atmospheric water generators. Takes moisture right out of the air, 2,000 liters a day. We're putting 2 of them in. So if the board has any questions for me or in regard to anything, I would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Roy Brackett. Pat McBrayler on deck.
Well, good afternoon, Board and Chairman of Mojave County. We, Roy and Nina Brackett, are property owners on Desert Trail. We've lived there for over 18 years, and we are within the 300 feet of the subject rezoning request for parcel 206-32010. And we would like to state our objections. The subject property is located directly north of the Wallapai, on Wallapai Mountain Road, where Lazy Wayu's entrance is, okay? And most of you probably have all driven up Wallapai Mountain Road going up north there. And if you take a look just left, there's nothing but just steep hills, rockiness, and valleys and slopes. Okay, so to rezone into smaller lots, which is what he wants to do, would result in a lot of cutting and excavating. This will scar the landscape, create more mudslides and erosions along Wallapai Mountain Road that already has troubles. The sedimentation runs off the road and will increase and require more county maintenance and hazardous management. The new property owners have the right to build his one home as it's zoned for a single family. We have no problem with that. The rezoning will allow construction for possibly 4 to 8 homes and will negatively impact the hillside lot. If the supervisors choose to reapprove this rezone, please consider additional conditionings to minimize the negative effects to the Lazy Wayu neighborhood. Condition 1, limit to only 1 access point to Wallapai Mountain Road to minimize the traffic hazard. As you know, it is not a straight road. It's curvy and everything else, and there's a lot of blind sites along that road. So we want to keep the hazards down by limiting 1 access. Condition 2, require all utilities underground for the subject property and future lots to prevent visual blights to the Wallapai Scenic Drive. And condition 3, require grading for the subject property and future lots for any removal over 100 cubic yards, so that the county works and engineering department could address and minimize hillsides, mudslides, erosions, and stormwater pollution. And this is all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pat McBrayer, John Van Vliet on deck.
Chairman Gould and fellow supervisors, my name is Pat McBrayer. I'm a neighbor in Lazy YU, and I drive by this property 3 or 4 times per week. And some of my neighbors have been really concerned with what's going on there. They had some concerns. Well, what about the density? What's this guy going to do? Is he going to put in a bunch of tiny homes? Is he going to put in a gas station? What's he going to do there? So out of curiosity, I stopped there and I talked to the applicant. You know, what do you have in mind here? We have some concerns. He said, it's real simple. All I want to do, I want to build my dream home on this property. I also want to be able to change the zoning from 20 acres minimum down to 5-acre minimums. We went through the same thing at Lazy YU. I live in Lazy YU on Tomahawk. We started off with 40 acres up there, and then everybody said, oh, I can't use 40 acres. That's way too much land. So then they went to a lesser density, and they have, most of the folks up there are on anywhere from 5 to 10 acres. And there's talk about the blight. I don't like the way this looks. I want all underground utilities. Nobody liked it when my neighbor painted his barn beak red. And everybody said, what in the world's that guy doing? So they came down to the county and they were complaining about that red barn up there. And the county said he's perfectly within his right to do that. Our zoning is for 5 acres minimum. 5 acres, that's it. And as far as his painting it red, that's up to him to paint it whatever color he's want. We don't have any zoning prohibiting, you know, underground utilities or any color what you're going to paint your building. Now, as far as the traffic concerned, is I drive by there every single or every other day at least, and everything is fine. You look right, you look left, you look right, you keep on going. My friend Scott Dutton, he just built a home less than a mile from there. He's in the process of building that on Wallapai Mountain Road. He doesn't have any more traffic coming in front of his house and is running right in front of this property. So I don't believe that the traffic is a major issue, and I don't think underground utilities is an issue. I certainly am in favor of doing this, and it's all about communications, and I thank you for approving that.
Thank you, sir. John Van Vliet. Susan Yamaguchi on deck.
Hi, I'm John Van Vliet, and first off, let me thank you for staying awake and alert this long. We're talking about subdividing up there, basically. Right now, it's 24 acres. The applicant wants to make it into the 5-acre lots. Nobody has a problem with him building his dream home there. Have at it, it's terrific. What we are concerned about is when it turns into all the multiple sublots. And as you may or may not have heard, there's a number of concerns on why we don't want to have all that work going on up there. The biggie is erosion. We've got mudslide potential. I still believe there's traffic safety. In the time I've lived there, I've watched it multiply quite a bit. Now, the other item is the aquifer. We're really, really getting thin on water up there. So putting in more homes, we got a bigger problem. Now, we've been going round and round on this, and pretty much the reaction we're always getting is the county community plan is we're going to be subdivided into small lots. I don't like that. Most of us don't particularly care for that. But if you do go that route, we're going to ask you to work with us a little bit, because there's some things that we would like to get so that we're not destroyed up there. And so we're going to respectfully request that certain conditions be assigned. They're very similar to what you just heard. We would like to have you to require grading permits. That was quick.
No, keep going.
False alarm.
Catch you up.
Okay, if we're requiring grading permits, we can keep an eye on what's happening with the debris. We want to minimize any sediment runoff. We can't afford to have more road closures up there. Like we said, we had something like 10 closures so far. And to not expect more rain in the future is not going to work. The other thing we're looking for would be item 2, is required that all new culverts installed have at least a 36-inch pipe, because the water that's running down there now, there's like a channel ditch on one side of the road, and anything smaller, it's going to get clogged, it's going to be dammed, and that's going to end up causing more flow going across the road. So now you have more closures further up than just the Devil's Ditch area. Okay, we would love to restrict the driveway access to just a single point, because if we have multiples, now we've created potentials for dams in multiple points up there. So if we keep it to 1, then that is meeting us at least halfway, and we're minimizing the impact there. And we would really appreciate it if we would get the utility and communication lines underground. One of the things we have going on up there is it's all underground. It's one of the great selling points of the whole neighborhood. It's gorgeous. Somebody went to a lot of effort and expense to do that, and to suddenly have someone go in and put it in willy-nilly all over the place is really going to destroy the look of the neighborhood. Now, for the record, there's 2 owners listed for this parcel. One is local and one's in New York. And when I initially asked and sent them a letter about, do you have permits, what are your plans? The applicant ignored my inquiry and turned around at the zoning commission and basically did this incredible character assassination. Now, off of that alone, we're all having a real problem with trust here. So it's like anything that's coming up from these gentlemen is like, really? Because you couldn't be straight with us the first time, why should we trust you now? And that's one of the reasons we're all in here saying, please don't do this. We got to keep an eye on this, because we don't want this to be a slash and burn situation and just destroy the entire quality of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Susan Yamaguchi and Pamela Mallow is on deck.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about this rezone. We really appreciate it. My name is Susan Yamaguchi, and I live right across the street from the property. Just to familiarize you with the property, I'd like to take you on a brief video tour. So we're going to run through some slides. And I know it's been a long day. Please don't fall asleep. So this is the property that we're looking at, this area here. We all know it's a beautiful area. Particularly, it's this property, this hill. There's telephone poles on this line, and they help you to see the slope of the property. The slope's about 35 degrees. It's classified as a very steep slope. So I'm going to just run down from the east end of the property toward the end of the property. And here's the wash that we've been talking about. This is at the top of the property. And as it goes down, it becomes a little more pronounced. This is the intersection with Lazy YU. You can see the ruts. It was from cutting away the road, but because the parcel's so steep, it's caused a lot of erosion. And here's that intersection. From here, it doesn't seem very apparent, but when you walk along it, it's quite it's a lot larger than I ever realized. Okay, you can see here's a zoning notice. Here's me just for reference. But when you get in there, it's bigger than you think it is. It's about 5 to 8 feet wide, and it's quite deep. So here's another picture of it. And here's the access point now for the new property. And then the other side, the wash flows through. So the intersection at Wallapai Mountain Road and Lazy YU is very significant. It's right here. Here's the divisions that are proposed. So we have 3 lots here that could be going downhill into the intersection. And that's significant. The traffic on Hualapai Mountain Road is over 1,600 per day. In and out from Lazy YU, it's over 600 per day. So we're talking about quite a bit of traffic. We've talked about that. Just to give you an idea what 35 degrees means for a slope, it's about the same as a black diamond slope. It's a very steep slope. And we've talked about erosion. So the steep slope will increase the number and the speed of runoff so that erosion will be accelerated. And that's what we want to prevent. Steeper slope enhances flow, resulting in more power. And when you add construction to that, and can I keep going?
You wrap it up.
Okay. It enhances that and makes it occur even faster. So here's a video of flooding that's occurred on that road.
Yeah, I've been stuck in that.
And so we're asking for conditional approval that the slope would be stabilized prior to development. Right now you can develop up to 60% of your lot. If those lots facing Hualapai Mountain Road at the intersection are developed to that extent, there could be real problems. We're also asking for underground utilities in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and also to mitigate visual blight. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Pamela Melnoff and Nina Brancat is on deck.
Supervisor, Chairman Gold, board members, members of the board. I was going to say good morning, but I think I'll say good afternoon now. My name is Pamela Maloof. I live on East Desert Trail. This parcel and my property are adjacent. They're separated only by Hualapai Mountain Road. One end of the steep hill of this property extends just past the Lazy YU entrance. I'll try and be brief because I'm sharing similar points, but it's worthy of note. According to the route work summary, which we obtained through a public records request, this same area on Hualapai Mountain Road between mile marker 5 and 6 has been closed or cleared for storm cleanup, and it was 10 times was mentioned in different frames, but it was 10 times specifically in just the 1 month between July 25th and August 23rd. It was closed more than that. Just that month cost the county cleanup of $14,164. That means during those times, the road leading to Lazy YU, to Hualapai Mountain Resort, to the Pine Lake Fire District, to Pinyon Pines, closed 10 times, just in this 1 month example. So, number one, I respectfully ask the board to please add as a condition of the rezone that there be only one access point, as has been said, off Hualapai Mountain Road to these 4 parcels, because multiple access points will cause more sedimentation flow onto the road, more road maintenance, and more cost to the county, not to mention traffic on this busy thoroughfare. Also worthy of note, but this was just said about the 35% grade, it's considered steep terrain. According to the evaluation of the rezone request, there's a 400-foot rise on the property. There's a county right-of-way storm that you just saw pictures of. It's a storm drainage gully, about 5 to 6 feet wide, maybe 8 in some places, immediately next to Hualapai Mountain Road. So once this steep hillside starts being cut out for homes, even more runoff sedimentation is going to flow onto Hualapai Mountain Road, causing even more road closures. Therefore, I agree with what's been said. I respectfully ask the board to please add as a condition of the rezone that a grading permit be required if a home being built requires moving 100 or more cubic yards of dirt. So if it's a smaller home and it's not really chopping up the hill, no problem, but if it requires that. That way an engineer would get involved and hopefully create an erosion control plan. Third, all of the properties across from this parcel have their utilities underground. So do all of the homes within 2 miles down the street. putting utility poles would negatively affect our neighborhood, an eyesore, and property values, so I respectfully also ask that the board please add a condition of the rezone, that all utility lines for this parcel be put underground. Lastly, I'd like to add quickly, for the record, Mark Berry, the applicant's representative, sent 2 letters to the Planning Commission which were filled with ludicrous accusations about residents on East Desert Trail. We neighbors are a community, we all talk, so I can honestly say that every statement about each of us was either a misrepresentation or an outright fabrication. It's a shame that the representative felt the need to do this when it really wasn't necessary for a rezoning application.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Nina Brankett and Jesse Yamaguchi on deck.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Nina Brackett. I have been the resident for that property on Desert Trail for over 18 years. I am here to stand up for my right as a property owner, and also, as you all know, every one of us Americans have the right to express ourselves. But it didn't matter that we were pretty much publicly ridiculed by the applicant, the subject owner. I myself have to subject to his racial languages that was included in your package. Again, I respect all my property owners, neighbors. They all addressed the point to you, and I also want to address that our neighbors are very gracious to our local supervisor. Ms. Jean Bishop have graciously have a phone conference with our neighbor, advise us in what we have to do to compromise. And therefore, the conditions are in front of you, including the letter from Jim and Marisa Baker, who are also the property owner in question in the area. Thank you for your time. I ask that you properly address the subject rezoning with the condition that all the neighbors are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Nina Brackett. Oops, no, Jesse Yamaguchi.
Chairman Gold, Board, thank you for your time. My name is Jesse Yamaguchi. I'm the son of Paul and Susan Yamaguchi. I'm 37 years old, and I'm really out of my depth here, but I just wanted to, after hearing everybody, just say thank you to the community. Thank you to my mother and father, and thank you, Chairman and Board, for what you guys do. I don't envy you, but I pray for you. Thank you for everything, and I told my mother and father I'd be here today, and that was important to me. I heard something the other day that really stuck with me, and it kind of gave me a course correction. It was, I got a 5-year-old daughter. And what I heard was, the scariest words I ever heard was my 5-year-old mouthed the words, "I want to be like you." And I just want to be a man of my word first and foremost, so I told them I'd be here. I wanted to honor them with that, and honor you guys with your time, and appreciate everyone for being here too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else care to testify on item 7D3? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 73. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
I would like to speak to the issue of the erosion concern, flood possibilities. Paul, could you come to the podium, please, and kind of give us your take on this property?
Good afternoon, Chairman Gold, Supervisor Bishop. The flooding situation there, fortunately, we have a recent flood study for that particular area. It actually matches rather well in line with the video that was presented by one of the previous presenters. The As far as the recommendation that the 36-inch culvert be used, that actually makes a lot of sense from staff perspective and flood control, as far as the amount of stormwater runoff that we've modeled in that particular area along the roadside ditch. I don't think we'd have any concerns if they did use a 36-inch culvert there. As far as the erosion, I mean, the slope is pretty steep there. I did a quick calculation before the meeting here, and it looks like, I mean, it's at least 35% there. So, I mean, as far as grading permits, the current Appendix J of the building code requires that if you have 100 cubic yards, that you do regular grading permit. I think one of the speakers mentioned a need to do engineering. That would actually need to have a engineering grading permit, which is actually triggered by a larger quantity. But I mean, if that's one of the things that the board wants to do as far as require an engineered grading permit instead of just a regular grading permit, that would involve engineering analysis. Yeah, there are some potential for erosion here. I mean, anytime you grade land or you clear property, especially on steep slopes, I mean, you could have additional erosion in on the roadway down below. Are there any other concerns I haven't covered?
So the applicant will be required to get a grading permit?
If the applicant moves more than 100 cubic yards, our code requires what's called a regular grading permit. I think what some of the people were asking for was engineering, which would be different. That would be an engineered grading permit. I mean, one of them is triggered by 100 cubic yards. The other one, it would be triggered by 5,000 cubic yards.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thanks.
And I'd also like to have Steve Lukowski come to the podium. Steve, if you could speak about the driveway that's been put in there and the request to limit access to the property. What are your feelings on that?
Well, the driveway has been previously constructed under a public works right-of-way use permit. This is a typical request that we process under a residential driveway permit process. The culvert that was selected to be installed is really at the owner's risk. Should it fail in the future, it'll be totally on the owner to either replace or possibly upsize. As far as a single point of access, I would prefer reserving comment on seeing a greater development plan, but customarily we would look for a reasonable separation between multiple access points. I prefer at least 200 feet between multiple access points, and we would also be keen on seeing where those access points are presented in relation to any other existing roadways or other driveways that exist.
So that would be looked at as the process goes forward and permits are gained. You get a site plan development.
Absolutely. I would prefer looking at it in that context rather than commenting in the blind.
Okay, so it's a little premature.
Correct.
Okay, another question I have, there are, where the water goes down in the wash there, and then it crosses Wallapai Mountain Road. Is that culvert there large enough to carry the amount of water that's coming down there? Or is this something that we could bring back to the board later and maybe request a larger culvert or maybe even a bridge in that area?
Well, Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, the water that you've seen in the video, it has been a repetitive occurrence, and it really just reflects a larger water course that's draining from upper parts of the mountain. It just happens to be in that particular area where it concentrates, and it kind of sheet flows over the roadway under a heavy rain event. So that particular driveway culvert, it's not intended to be a true drain per se to carry all of the possible storm water that it could be encountered. So it's basically meant to convey certain nuisance flows. Also serves, quite frankly, to as a means of keeping the particular driveway where it connects to Wallapai Mountain Road on a level course, so that vehicular traffic can enter and proceed to the property.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions that I have. I would like to make a comment, though. I've listened carefully to the speakers here today. I've read all the letters of opposition, the letters of support. It almost seems like the people that don't want this have the same exact thing on the other side of the street. And some of the board members that are not familiar with Wallapai Lazy YU subdivision, it's the street they're referring to is Wallapai Mountain Road. It's not a residential street, it's the road that goes up to the mountain. This property is on the other side of Wallapai Mountain Road. It's 24 acres, and it's not part of the Lazy YU subdivision. It's on the other side of the highway. As far as requiring underground utilities, the applicant says he plans to do that anyway, but how can this board require them to do exactly the same thing that's being done in a subdivision that was developed for a particular lifestyle? The access, limiting access, as you heard, that's going to be part of the process as these permits go along. And requiring retention or erosion control, I mean, that's just a given. If you're going to build a very expensive home, you're going to protect your investment in that home. So you're going to do erosion control. So I don't know, this is 24 acres. I don't think they're going to build on the side of the mountain that's going to slide into Wallapai Mountain Road. It just doesn't make sense. So I will, if there's any other discussion, certainly I'd love to hear it, but I will be making a motion to support this rezone.
Supervisor Lingenfelter. Chairman Gould, thank you. I'd like to ask Development Services and also Steve, if you would come back to the podium. As everybody knows, as a part of the development process, the zoning comes first, and then the applicant has to go through a pretty specific site planning process. My questions are on the site planning process, because as I listen to all of the applicants and the residents that have come and joined us today, I think that all of their concerns are going to be taken care of through this site planning process, but I want to make sure that I'm of the right understanding. So in Mojave County, in the building code, I think there's a specific section for hillside development requirements, which goes above and beyond a flat parcel or a parcel that's above a certain grade slope. Can you tell us a little bit about what the hillside development requirements would be for a site specific to what we're talking about today?
Mr. Chair, sorry, Supervisor Lingenfelter, I do know there are certain requirements. I unfortunately am not in the building department, and so I'm not familiar with exactly what those requirements are. I do know that if this rezone is approved, one of the conditions that we placed on the rezone or the resolution is that they would need to complete a parcel plat. And a parcel plat goes through a review process like you're describing. It will go to our Public Works Department. They'll look at the different parcels where the potential accesses could be. We'll look at our lot size requirements, any other potential issues that we might see as far as zoning is concerned. If approved, then that will get recorded. They will then have to submit for a building permit, and the building permit does have to meet all of the requirements within the building code like you're describing.
Well, my point was under the county's building code, they're going to be operating under the hillside development requirements, and I think that a lot of those things that are in that specific section of the building code are there specifically to address what these residents have stated, to mitigate the possibility of severe erosion, severe landslides, and things like that. Right. In addition, I think as a part of that site planning process, and this is to Steve, they're going to have to go and work with you and your staff on the how to work to mitigate the traffic impacts that will be created as a part of what they're trying to do. Is that accurate?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Lingenfelter, this development will not rise to a level of requiring any formal traffic impact analysis. However, I will assert, hearing some of the figures, we heard a figure of 1,600 ADT to, let's just call it 2,000 ADT. That equates to about 3 vehicles per hour on Wallapai Mountain Road. I'm sorry, 3 vehicles per minute. So 1 vehicle per 20 seconds. There's not a capacity problem there. But we will exercise good judgment in examining the access points that are proposed in relation to site distance. That really is where everything boils down to on Wallapai Mountain Road. It's obviously a mountainous terrain roadway, so we want to make sure that site distance, a good site distance, is affordable, and not only for those persons coming out of the access point, but of course for the Wallapai Mountain Road users. So we'll zero in on that.
It is a very windy road, so you're saying that you're going to have some input during that site planning process on safe ingress and egress into the development.
Absolutely, and that's where Mr. Holtree pointed out the parcel plat process will give us that clear view. So I myself am not commenting in the blind right here up at the podium, but we'll look at it intently in the parcel plat.
So I'm pretty confident that most of the concerns, if not all of the concerns, are going to get picked up and addressed properly as a part of just the regular site planning process for this specific site. And again, as Supervisor Bishop mentioned, in the letter that the applicant did send in, he provided that he was going to put underground utilities. And if that's accurate, I see you shaking your head. So I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. That's all I have.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gold, I make a motion to approve.
Second. You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. 23. Next item on the agenda is number 74. Number 74 is an open public meeting. Anyone here to testify on item 74? Anyone here to testify on item number 74? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 74. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gold, motion to approve. Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Number 75. Number 75 is an open public hearing. Anyone here to testify on item 75?
Chairman Gold, members of the board, my name is Ben Graff with the law firm of Quarles and Brady, 2 North Central Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona. I'm here representing Topak Mesa, who is the applicant and has been the applicant on this site since 2010. Out of respect for the board's time, I will keep my comments at a minimum, but we'll be here obviously to answer questions at the time when that's appropriate. We've been working very closely with Scott Holtree and Jeff Hawes in your legal department on what is before you today, which is just the amendment to one stipulation on a previously approved zoning case and the deletion of another stipulation dating back to 2010. The exciting news before you today is that the reason this request is before you and with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission is we are at a point where we finally have our approvals from the Western Area Power Administration as well as our determination from the Environmental Protection Act and NEPA review. Because of that, we are at a point where the project is able to move forward, which also includes the building of the road at a cost of about $20 million. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know we've had a couple emails of concern. Those seem to be potentially confusing the issue as to whether this is a new solar project or instead the project that the board did approve about 10 years ago. And again, we're just very excited to be before you today with this moving forward within the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Don Gothier.
Man, lumped all these together.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gold, members of the board. Dan Goth here, Rose Law Group. Rose Law Group represents Aleen's Renewables, which is a stakeholder with the project. I don't have anything to say today, just wanted to answer any questions that remain unanswered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joy Bancroft?
I don't see Joy here anymore.
Anyone else here to testify on item 75? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on item 75. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gold,
Supervisor Bishop.
since we share this, it's in both of our districts, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the amendment to Board of Supervisors Resolution 2010-233 to remove condition 11 and condition 9.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Number 76 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on number 76. Anyone here to testify on item 76? Anyone here to testify on item 76? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on item 76. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 77. Director Latosky.
Chairman Gould, members of the board, this is an accept and refer petition. It's a petition to bring a road in Golden Valley into the county road maintenance system for regular maintenance, but it's just a petition at this time. We're presenting it to the board just to acknowledge and refer it to staff, by which staff will then work with the applicant and the applicant's responsibility to bring the road up to county standards prior to us bringing it back to the board for acceptance.
Questions for Director Latosky, Supervisor Bishop?
Chairman Gold, motion to approve.
It doesn't go into.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Number 78, County Manager.
Chairman and board members, this was discussed in executive session, and I'm going to defer to Attorney Esplin for the wording of the recommendation. Thank you.
We're asking that the board move to proceed as instructed in the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 79, County Manager.
Mr. Chairman, board members, back in the spring of 2021, when exploring either renewal or other options for the then medical examiner contract, we undertook a pretty thorough evaluation, which included visiting other comparable counties and medical examiner facilities, namely Coconino and Yavapai County, and learned from their practice and experience. We returned to Mojave County, convinced that it is in Mojave County's best interest to bring those services in-house. Subsequently, the board agreed and budgeted $3 million in fiscal year 22. That was last fiscal year. So 1 year later, And during the budget hearing process and the budget approval process for FY23, the current fiscal year, the board affirmed its commitment to the decision to bring the medical services in-house and programmed $2 additional million for a total of $5 million budget for the Mojave County Medical Examiner facility. With that said, staff is ready to proceed and to kick off the planning and design for this facility once we have a site selected. Staff has completed a review of 5 different locations, and we will present them to you here. Steve Lutowski, our Public Works Director, will lead that effort shortly. Some of those sites, as you will see, are perhaps more suitable than others. After discussion with you and after we answer your questions, we ask you to please select a site and approve staff moving forward with this project. And with that, I'm going to ask Steve to come up and go through the site selection presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, County Manager Elters and Chairman Gould, members of the board. This presents staff's comprehensive search of potential sites for the planned new Mojave County Morgue. We scoured BLM managed lands as well as county properties and even a particular privately held property in the course of our site visits. This slide shows the proximity of the 5 sites relative to Interstate 40, as all 5 do access I-40. The first 3 are going to be accessible via Shinneramp Drive and exit 44, that being 4 to 9 miles south of Kingman. Bullhead City would be accessed via State Route 68 to Shinneramp Drive, and of course the greater Lake Havasu area south on I-40. The 4th site is located off of Yucca Drive in the Griffith area. That's 7 miles south of the Shinneramp Drive exit. And further south, about 31 miles south of the Shinneramp Drive exit, is a site off of the Franconia interchange at exit 13. So site number 1 is what we anticipate to be a 40-acre site that we could apply for on BLM managed land. We actually identified 2 sites, but would aim to secure the entire 40 acres. Site A is quite attractive. It would be in the northeast corner of the site. It would be just north of Shinneramp Drive. Both sites can be made to abut Shinneramp Drive, but the site A is particularly attractive, being naturally secluded by topography and the Holy Moses Wash drainage way. We list 2 cons. The first one comes with a caveat on the BLM acquisition process. Please be advised that BLM in its own management plan has already designated this site for disposal. And as a formality in pursuing the disposal process, being that the county would apply for what's called a recreation and public purposes lease, the county would still be required to complete certain environmental clearance reports so that BLM can formally process a lease of this land. We are doing this presently with a BLM site in the Mojave Valley area where the proposed sheriff's substation is being proposed. So we have familiarity with this process. The second con is, again, something that can be looked at through engineering, proper engineering. The site, particularly in the northeast corner, is in a FEMA flood zone A, but with proper engineering, we certainly can work with the entire 40 acres and develop a particular area that will properly accommodate the new morgue. Also, all of these slides will indicate a staff estimated build-ready cost. In this instance, we're estimating about $570,000. What do we mean by build-ready? It considers any cost with regard to obtaining the property on BLM managed lands. It also estimates all the utility connections that need to be made, including water, electric, sewer / septic, and access as well. In this case, this particular property really has no access cost because it abuts Shinnerup Drive. The second option, and this just came in the course of our numerous field visits, we did identify very close to the first option that I mentioned, a particular site that had direct access onto a paved portion of an open highway just east of Shinnerup Drive. It was on private lands. Staff reached out to the owner. The owner at this point desires not to make it for sale, so I pretty much will remove that from further consideration. But I did want to point it out that we tried to do our level best to identify everything that could possibly be considered. Option number 3, now I'm speaking on county lands. This is a particular county parcel, about 22 acres in size, about 3 miles to the west on open highway to the west, I should say, of Shinnerup Drive. Certain downsides with this property, even though it being county, it actually has no utilities adjacent to the site and unimproved road access, and that's what drives the build-ready cost, despite it being a county property, upwards of $625,000. So now we're going to move a little bit further south down the highway, south away from Kingman, and basically a little bit further away from Bullhead City access as well. This is Yucca Drive in the Griffith Industrial Park. This is our second county property that we're profiling. It's about 9.5 acres. It was actually reserved, and I use that word kind of loosely, but the I-40 water system basically had interest in it for potential warehouse or office use, but we have not pursued that, nor have plans to at this point. It's off just a paved section of Yucca Drive, but the con, if you want to call it a con, could be the potential for future industrial or I-40 water system uses offering potential significant benefits to the county, whatever they may be in the future. So it has a lower build-ready cost, but it is a valuable piece of property for potential future industrial development. And the last parcel, this is being 31 miles south of the Shinnerup Drive exit, further away from Kingman and really Bullhead City access, closer to Lake Havasu. Does offer immediate proximity to I-40. It's on BLM managed land. The caveat with this one, though, is that it has not been cleared for disposal. So it's going to make it a much more difficult acquisition process from BLM because it's not on the disposal list as per an existing management plan. And this is also affected by FEMA Flood Zone A. Again, you could probably engineer out of that, but nonetheless, it would be some significant restrictions on the property. And with that, that is my presentation, and I will open it up for...
Director Latosky, when you say ready to build, does that include utilities to the property?
Correct, Chairman Gold, yes. Okay. All the major utilities, water, electric, septic.
Okay. Questions for Director Latosky?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. What is the size required for a building? Or I didn't see on the slides how large of the site each one of those sites was.
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Lingenfelter, great question. We would target 5 acres. In the option number 2, where we saw the private parcel opportunity, even though it's no longer an opportunity, we were requesting 5 acres.
Got it.
Everything else is larger on the other options.
Got it. I noticed, and I just have to ask the question, because a lot of those sites have some pretty significant costs associated with becoming what you call build ready. Why didn't we look at this site, and specifically the unused portion of property that is directly across the parking lot from public health? There's some unused property between the parking lot there and the freeway. similar to how we're doing it with the Reach Out Center, where we're sort of trying to put that center closely located to where they're going to be interacting and interfacing with. Public health is over the medical examiner's contract, and they would just have to walk right across the parking lot. And I would guess there'd probably be a really minimal build-ready cost, as all of the infrastructure is pretty much already here. It's also essentially located. Don't know what the annex here is being used for anymore, but I know that there's a big fenced-off area that is just basically wasted. I don't see any activity there for years and years and years. There's maybe a camper or something that's been parked there for years. Don't know what the county's what that's being used for. But I would just wonder why we are not looking at that property as well as part of a campus.
I believe County Manager Elders has a...
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you, Steve. Chairman Gould and Supervisors, I'm glad Supervisor Lingenfelter you brought this up. The point I was going to make was, and it's relevant, as you looked at the presentation and the parcels that Steve presented, they were along that I-40 corridor, central to the 3 population hubs in the county. So we set out from the beginning. Obviously Mojave County owns a lot more parcels than the ones we showed you and presented to you. We wanted to focus on centrally located parcels that serve all the 3 areas, because this will be a county-wide facility. And to that end, to answer your question directly, as far as the parcel here, when we toured the other facilities in both Yavapai and Coconino County, we took an entire day. We really learned a lot. We learned that they went through similar experiences to what we were going through. We're going through and still are going through here in Mojave County. Both locations are located outside of the populated urban centers for a couple of reasons, primarily privacy and security, but further for ventilation and release into the atmosphere and so on. Both Coconino moved their facility from more central location in the city of Flagstaff to where they are today on the northern end of the area within an industrial, and they would have gone further if they had an opportunity. Yavapai County did the same. They moved out clearly away from population where you know, it is secluded. It's you know, it's got its own privacy, and the ventilation of the facility, we learned and understood was a factor in both situations. So what we wanted to do here was to understanding the nature of the facility and the desire to have it serve us for decades to come, to place it where it would enjoy those features and not have to worry about developments around it and the perception of ventilation and so on.
Regarding being centrally located, I was here in 2004, 2005, 2006, and I believe that's why we chose this location for this building, was because it was centrally located. So I think if you were just to put it on this campus, it would still be centrally located. I don't know if I fully understand what you're talking about when it comes to ventilation. Are you saying that there's going to be foul smells or something that get released from the facility, or is there a public health and safety concern? I don't understand exactly what you're talking about when you talk about that.
It's not public safety and health, Supervisor, the way I understand it, but in speaking with both medical examiner physicians, the Coconino County enjoys 2 pathologists on their team. They were both in the room. They went to a great extent to talk to us about ventilation and odors, if that's what the term that is needed to be used here. But they made it clear that there are times when neighbors complain about certain odors in the air, and the fact that it happens to be in an industrial area near a Prina facility disguises that. But yes, the potential is there. They both opted to move out of town and explained to us why they did that, and that was really primarily the reason that we selected the sites that we did. And I would strongly urge the board and recommend that we entertain that and perhaps not place it right here next to this campus for those reasons.
I would think that something could be done about any concerns with ventilation. And then we've heard this morning, I mean, this is where I'm coming from. I think that we owe the taxpayers at least to look at the property and to show what the build cost would be if we're looking at centrally located places. We've heard a lot of issues that Supervisor Johnson has asked that staff look into and bring back to us. And it's just my opinion that if you have public health that's going to be over this function, the closer they are together so they can interact really quick without having to get into a vehicle or something like that, it sounds like it would maybe be efficient, and it would maybe be a benefit to improving what's going on if there are any improvements that need to happen. The farther away you put 2 functions away from each other, I think the more difficulties you're going to get, but that's just me. That's all I have.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Supervisor Lingenfelter. I hadn't thought of that location, but I think that would be an excellent location. And I think he's right about any odors that come out. You look in our buildings, we have people that are treated for tuberculosis, which would be a lot more dangerous than any odors that might come out, and we're able to contain that with our ventilation system. We have mortuaries in every town that hold our deceased, where we have nobody complaining about the odors. We have crematoriums where we don't have any complaints about them. So I think that's a good idea. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager.
The only thing that I can't foresee the future in its entirety. This campus is central to the county admin building with this auditorium in it, and I would anticipate that we would have needs in the future that would be probably a lot more fitting and suitable for this campus than a morgue. I really, again, my background is not in this field, but I will tell you, having visited the other facilities in the 2 comparable counties and learned from their experience, we wanted to incorporate what we learned into our decision-making process. This facility must serve us for our needs in the future, and we have an opportunity to start from scratch and locate it where it's most suitable. And the decision is yours. I don't really I think what's more important is to make a decision and select a site than not, and to move forward. With that said, the opportunity for us is to plan ahead, again, find a facility that is not in the middle of a developed area. You know, US 93 and I-40 is going to go through a construction improvement. There will be widening that is going to be feet from this facility. The I-40/I-11 and US 93 system interchange, when constructed, is going to need a larger footprint. And I just don't see, I can't in good conscience, from my background as an engineer and from what I learned from the other counties, to recommend that. So my recommendation to you, the board, would be the parcel off of Shinneramp. I think it's centrally located to Lake Havasu and to Bullhead and Mojave Valley, coming up of 68 onto Shinneramp, onto either of the Aztec or Colorado Road, Estrella or Igor, and then onto Shinneramp into this facility. So we are eager to proceed with this project. Those are our reasons for it. Thank you.
I got a couple of people that have requested to speak. Naomi Bradford Erlin. Didn't see her anymore. Not here. Gave up. Scotty McClure.
I don't know why it is we have to go and buy more property. What is this Shinneramp deal? Tried to put the county fairgrounds down there, and you're just not going to give up. I don't know who in the hell owns that. I guess the taxpayers, BLM. Why are we so adamant? All 5 of these are down there in the middle of nowhere. I have no problems with putting it on the county fairgrounds, right next to the I-40, at that end of it. I guess it'd be the north end. Why do you need 5 acres? It's just a building. I don't see, well, I'm not going to go there with how, whatever. If you want to mask the smell, I mean, look at all the pot houses and grow houses. You get a charcoal filter for mask the smell. I'm from Northern California, Humboldt County, Garberville, dead center location of 20,000 places that are growing marijuana.
I have gotten more complaints about marijuana growing odor than any other odor complaint. But I do have the more rural district, so.
Yeah, well, you're like out there in the middle of like 20,000 grow houses. Probably be surprised how many are growing out there. Probably not surprised, but this smell thing is bull. In Eureka, California, where I'm from, Humboldt County, the county took over a general hospital, and then they moved it over there, several miles away. It was a 3-story hospital. It was built in the 1800s or 1900s, whatever. But downstairs in the basement was the morgue. They have offices on 1, 2, and 3 floors, and then there's nothing but houses around it. I've never heard of this BS that not putting it in the middle of a place. You don't ever see the guys or they back the vehicles in there. You never see the casket or the bodies or anything. You don't even see the vehicle. It's underground. If you do this right. So I don't know. I see some people behind me, the funeral home people here. They probably got a comment or two. Location. What is wrong with right here? What's wrong? You already got 63 acres down there. You do not need a 5-acre parcel of land. How much parking are you going to need for a vehicle?
Thank you, sir. Anybody else care to comment?
Chairman Gold.
I think we had a comment. Supervisor Bishop.
I'd like to hear from our public health director.
Okay. Dr. Kinsley. I'll get you in a second.
Thank you. Mostly for this, I need to defer to our county manager. I'm not an engineer on these points, and both are valid points for those things. Other sides I would say you would consider is when if a mass casualty event happens, do you want those optics here? If a high profile case, murder, do you want that here right next to the Board of Supervisors and all the other things that go in the county for media and concerns in there? Then there are HIPAA concerns too. Are we protecting the privacy of each individual when they show up and not? On those concerns, so I'd weigh those factors as well. So being outside the city does help provide that privacy to families if where it could be more easily seen here. And perhaps, provide that also, just the mass casualty event, 5 acres, again, you can expand out when needed to if anything were to happen, and also storage for body bags for mass casualty events. So there's other things that also go into a medical examiner on those points, and those would be side things to consider. Both are valid points for having it here and also out there, and those things, and those are only things I could contribute to others' points to consider. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Leach, you want to come
Mr.
up?
Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe families going out to the mortuary, to the ME's office to go to the mortuary to handle the remains of their family members. As far as security, that's something that's always concerned me too. It would make more sense to have it out of one campus where we could provide security as opposed to General or some other location where they're all by themselves with no security at all. As far as HIPAA laws, I don't know how people that are there have already passed away, and nobody's advertising what person is in the ME's office, and if they aren't, they're noticed in the paper anyway. We're not saying what they died from or anything else. I think all the things they brought up as far as objections, I don't think they carry any water at all. If you look at LA or any other big city, their mortuaries are all within the city in highly populated areas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Ms. Leach.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this matter. I may be able to help with a few things. You talk about security, about families not going down there and media and things like that. So yeah, I understand that. We don't see that very often here. Let's just be honest, over the weekend, we had a family, not my family, but another family, that went to our medical examiner's office to go talk to them, walked in, sat down, sat there for a long period of time. The alarm went off, the building was not locked. So if you're worried about security, we need to focus on where we are today. We, in this business, and there are others who have been here just as long as me, or longer, have seen the medical examiner's office be in several cities. It started when I was younger in Bullhead, then it moved to Kingman, now it's in Lake Havasu. So the area of us having to travel is nothing new for any of us. Okay, it has always been discussed since I was back in the 90s that the morgue was actually going to be placed right here on campus. That was its original design, was to be placed here. And then it got moved because of Sheriff's Department and things like that and other things that needed to be there. This is a priority. This is part of your thing of taking care of our community. People die every day. This isn't something we just have to put aside and hope that nobody pays attention to. This happens every single day, and we need to finally take it seriously. In terms of, are there any current buildings in this area? I understand there's current buildings in this area that could be refurbished. Has that even been something that's been discussed? And that's ventilation. I would would like to know, and maybe someone could help me with that, but I have never heard of there ever being a problem with the ventilation system. With a morgue, if you go to downtown Phoenix, it's right downtown, and you never see these problems. We have problems all the time, and we are trained to handle it, and we actually have someone here with us today who could actually speak on ventilation systems to tell you that there are ways to control that odor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure, come on up, sir.
Tim Addington. I work for Kristen. The quote, "I cannot see the future in its entirety." I don't think any of us can see the future at all. We do the best we can on a day-to-day basis with what we have. As far as the ventilation goes, I have 40 years certified, all kinds of certificates on clean rooms, ventilation, air conditioning, refrigeration. I speak with great knowledge on that. Ventilation can be controlled. The reason that you smell the pot houses is because they don't choose to expend the expenses to control that odor. If you will, a lot of them get a free ride because that's money in somebody's pocket. Ventilation can be controlled no matter what the odor is. When I was younger, I started off in ammonia plants. Downtown LA, we had no problem controlling ammonia smell because the ventilation back in the 80s was good. It's only improved since then. We can control the odor. There is really not that much odor to speak of from what I've learned in the last year and a half working with Kristen. Personally, the marijuana houses bother me tremendously. I cannot believe I see houses next to these buildings that the complaints have to be through the roof. I don't know what they are to you guys, but I would imagine that they are. Again, we have never heard a complaint about a morgue. That's never been on record that we know of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Yeah, again, I would say if we're looking for a place that we can secure, I don't think that you could get much better than this centrally located campus here. The two organizations or two departments that the medical examiner's office interacts with regularly are the sheriff's office and public health, and they're right here. And I think that we could take those hundreds of thousands of dollars that we would spend on land acquisition and utilities and just use a site that we own instead, and then take those monies and put them into the building itself.
Questions, comments?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I'd like to actually put a motion on the table. I know it wasn't a part of the presentation, but I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to look at the property on this campus for the design and construction of a Mojave County morgue.
Second.
Can I ask a question?
Let me go make my little speech.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Supervisor Angus.
So is there a date attached to the motion to come back in 30, 60, 90 days?
Supervisor Angus, I could attach a time limit if you'd like it to be time framed, absolutely.
Okay.
Do you think 60 days?
We'll do our best. We'll do our best. We'll come back in 60 days with whatever information we can at that time. We've been at this for a while we reviewed the other facilities, so certainly. If you say 60 days, then we'll come back to you in 60 days.
Other than the I-11 or the transportation issue, is there any other problem this didn't even make it into the presentation?
No, Supervisor, there was really no other problems. We laid out to you our thinking, and it was really embedded into visiting the other county's facilities and coming back with what worked for them and what didn't. Coconino moved their facility to where it is today. Yavapai started outright where they are. We happen to agree with it. I think Dr. Kingsley made a point that I failed to include, which is, you know, during COVID, for example, there were times when as you know, as a board, we secured or tried to secure additional freezer facilities and so on. So based on what we heard and the information that we gathered, we wanted a facility that serves our future needs, one that is not on this site. But if that's what the board wants to explore further, we can certainly do so. The 5-acre target is just that. Whether it's 5 or 4 or 6, we always, for planning purposes, we like to start with a size parcel in mind that meets our needs of the present and then future needs. Access will be a part of it, any utilities, any generators, any fencing, and so on, that would all be part of such facility. And again, I told you up front, we understand these are mandated facility services. These are not optional. We understand them that way. We've taken them serious from the beginning. And we could spend, with money, you can do just about anything, and engineers can do it. We were trying to find a facility where we did not have to spend the money on ventilation and other amenities.
Okay, I think my question was answered. Thank you.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
If Supervisor Lingenfelter is amenable, I would like to not only look at the property he is in favor of, but also bring back option 1A and option 4 to be looked at the same time again, so that we're not limiting our options. We can further discuss at that time.
Supervisor, were you limiting the options or just adding that as another option?
I was making a recommendation to see if they could take that site and do a similar analysis as they did with the other 5. That site was not included in what we heard today. So what I asked was to give them 60 days to bring us back the same data that they've just given to us for 5 other sites.
That's how I understood your motion.
That's what my motion is.
Okay, so these other sites will come back again.
I believe so, yeah. My motion didn't touch those other sites, so.
The location, you almost need to do a time study on, I don't know how much traffic there's going to be between public health and the morgue and the sheriff's department and the morgue. Like how many times are they going to walk over there? Whether it really is that an efficiency concern or not. I think boxing ourselves in on this property is a bad way to go, because eventually you might need that for something else. And then we have to go out on the free market and you end up in the same boat that we're in now. You have facilities scattered all over town, which is why they ended up putting this one up to consolidate.
Chairman Gould, As far as the traffic between the public health and the sheriff, we could go back and revisit that. My understanding is, as far as public health is concerned, I won't speak for the sheriff's department. The two other counties that we visited placed the medical examiner under public health for just some admin support and structure. My understanding is it's really a standalone operation. Coconino County started it that way, and they had some challenges administratively. The pathologists' main focus is what they do, so they do that, and the administrative tasks aren't as of that much interest to them. I'm being really
So Dr.
professional
Kinsley's not
about it.
going to run down the stairs and go racing out to it if it was in the parking lot?
You know, my point is they placed it under public health to provide them some support and structure, and that worked for both counties. So to answer your question, I don't know that public health needs to be going back and forth to the medical examiner with any frequency. They just provide them administrative support when and as needed.
So, and that was working for the two other rural counties that you visited, Yavapai and Coconino, that both had their morgues out in an outlying area rather than right next to their administrative building?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Lingfield.
I just had one more question for Manager Elters, just because I'm not sure, being the newest member on the board, this annex out here and that fenced property, what is it being used for as far as county business right now? What's in there and what's being used for that parcel?
So where the county annex is right now, I'm just jumping, they have all the election stuff, is that what you're talking about?
Well, there's an annex building on the corner here, there's a small building on the corner here, and then there's the big fenced yard.
I know they do election, so the election warehouse.
Where we do the hand count.
Yeah, they do the hand count there, they have all the election materials, there's a bunch of election materials in that building.
So you're saying we use it once every other year, every 2 years?
No, they store all that stuff. So they store all the election things in that building. That's just, they only use for a portion of it. There's other parts to it, but the elections department has probably 2 rooms or so.
Sure. And what about the fenced property?
I don't know.
I've never seen anything happen on that property. I mean, there's nothing that goes in or out of there at all. It just seems like a waste to have it. I mean, it just seems a waste to me to have property and not use it and then be talking about going out and buying more property. I don't know. Thanks.
We have a motion on the floor, I believe.
And a second.
And a second.
And did the date get clarified too? Is when you're going to bring it back? 60 days? Okay.
Okay. You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Number 80, County Manager.
Mr. Chairman and board members, as directed by the board during the previous meeting, staff did explore options for a PTO buyback policy. The primary focus was fairness to employees and affordability to the county. So we looked at a host of options and their costs, and staff does have a recommendation to present to you. Those recommendations are that the board does implement a buyback policy with a maximum of 40 hours of PTO buyback per employee annually, that the employee must retain 80 hours of PTO after the 40-hour buyback transaction, and that the employee must meet or exceed a score of 3 on the employee most recent annual evaluation. This recommendation or this policy, the 40 hours that we're recommending to you would cost $1 million if every employee availed themselves of it. It's a sizable impact, and we think the prudent and responsible approach to it would be that it would be approved by the board annually. It would not be just one approval to go on. It would be approved by the board every year, and it would be integrated into the budget process. So when we project revenues and project expenses, we would present this, and the board would make a decision during the budget process annually to include it and keep it or not. And with that said, if this policy was to go forward, it would start in fiscal year 2024, which would allow us to bring it back to you during the budget process, and the board make a decision at that time based on the standing and the projections for revenue and expenses for 2024 and every year thereafter.
Thank you, sir. Questions for the county manager? Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Sam, this would be envisioned to be picked up by the general fund, of course?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lingenfelter, yes, it would be part of our expenses that are covered. Yes, it would be general fund. There are, when we consider employees and the cost, we have some employees that are funded through grants. So we would, this would be no different. We would want to make sure as we develop our budget and we come to you, but generally speaking, the majority of it would be general fund.
Supervisor Bishop.
I like the idea. I'll make a motion that we approve.
Can I just add one thing? Just we want to make sure we know when it be implemented. I think you said it'd be in the 2020 fiscal year 2024.
Yes.
I would just recommend you add that to the motion as well, so we understand when it would be implemented.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to include that then.
Second for discussion.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion?
Here. Here. Mr. Chair.
Try again.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no problem waiting till 24 to try to initiate this and maybe have it come back in a year to see how it works. The one concern I have, while the county manager brings up the cost, we have people retiring with 600 hours that we have to pay them anyway, so I think that's kind of a moot point. But I was looking at maybe when it comes back, if we look at once somebody accumulates 600 hours, that we then start buying back that time. It does go longevity, and the cost to have them missing work is probably higher than the cost to have there at work. So that would be all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor, further comments, questions? Supervisor, County Manager Elders.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Johnson, thank you. To your point, what we were trying to do is balance, again, fairness with affordability. We recognize that the PTO is intended to incentivize and encourage employees to take time off and be rejuvenated. We want to preserve that focus and also encourage employees, those that wish for whatever reason to build up their PTO time for any FMLA or any other medical emergency. So, but we do also, we do see a value in having a buyback policy. So thank you for bringing it up. And we thought that we balanced it out with this recommendation. Thank you.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Number 81, Madam Clerk.
Chairman Gould, board members, this is just a yearly housekeeping item that we put on every year to have it approved so we can distribute it to the public and staff.
Supervisor Angus.
I was just going to say motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Supervisor Johnson, item 82.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have limited amount of work every year at Christmas time, and we always cancel this meeting, so I make a motion to cancel the second December meeting.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. And item 84. Do we need a motion on that?
We do. We're asking the board to authorize an appropriation of funds in an amount not to exceed $100,000 to pay for the legal expenses, including the continued legal services and representation of Clark Hill toward the legal action against the Bureau of Reclamation.
Questions for Ryan?
Chairman Gould,
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I would make that motion.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. That concludes our agenda. Anything else for the good of the order?
Chairman Gould, I would like to say tomorrow is the day when everybody needs to get out to the polls. So I think one of us need to say that, so get out and vote.
Vote early, vote often. We're adjourned.